Hello and welcome to this Mern Stack projects, and in this video you will learn how to set up authentication system, database integration, how to build front-end and back-end server, private routing, inventory management system, and more. Beside this, the most interesting thing is that this is the beginner friendly course, so you don't need to have knowledge about advanced technologies and other stuff. If you have basic understanding of React.js and Tailwind CSS, then this course is for you and you can get started with me. I will try to teach you on a structural way so that you can build this website by your own effort. You don't need to worry about that. So now let's explore the website and its structure that we are going to build. So at the top there is a classic navigation system, but if you scroll then you can see a background color is applied, and so that you can just navigate the system, navigate the nav bar as your own effort. So here this is the navigation system. You can do it using use state simply, and I will show you how simple this is. And then this is the banner sections. We don't have much focus on design part, so it is not a front end course, it's a back end focused course, so that's why I don't focus much on design, but this website is reasonable. And here we have some cards. You can just swipe and show your book cover here. So you can use it by swiper this, and I will show you how you can do it. Then the books, then the best seller book sections. Here we face data from our backend server and show it on our UI. Look, you can just scroll and see the books. And here, look, this is the wall API, the book data that we have from our backend site mongodb, and we paste this data and shows it on our UI. And you can see now this is the books that are on bestseller tag on mongodb. And then this is a sections. Here you, if you just click here, then it will direct to the shop page. So for example, let me click here and look, this is the shop page. If you just scroll, look, a loading is here is applied. You can see the loading, how you can do this type of loading effects here. And then another book sections, here we also show some books data on carousel post. So here this design and this design is same because we just reuse this component. And then our customer review sections, you can just show review. I just show some dummy review here, but you can implement it from database also. And then the footer, we don't talk about much about footer because I just use it from Flowbyte. Okay, then our main interest is the backend server. So let's see how our backend site is. So if you click this sell your book, then you can see this is the admin dashboard here. By default this page is shown. Then if you hit this upload book section, then you can upload a book by your own. You can just type book name, author name, book URL, and then you can choose book category from the drop down. After then, if you hit this upload book button, then a book will upload it to your database. After then you can show it on your web UI. For example, this is our website, so you can show it on the shop page. Let me show you an example. For example, here we have a books. Let me copy this, and then this is the book title. After then you can just copy the writer name, paste it here on author name sections. After then let me copy these descriptions. Here this is the book descriptions. Let me copy the book image URL. So for this, just let me open this image on a new tab and then copy this URL. Here paste the image URL. After then The next task is we have to select a category. For example, this is a non-fictions. If you drop down and check, then you can see this is the non-fictions, and after then the PDF link, so that people can visit this book or buy this book. So for example, this is the URL. Let me copy it and paste it here. Okay, well done. If you click this upload a book, okay, just hit here. Then if you go back to your database and refresh, you can see now this is the borrow 12 items here, and at the end you can see art monster, and this is the writer name, and this book is inserted here. And if you check your website at the shop page, then at the end you can see this is our listed book. Now you can just delete this book or manage from your database. For example, if you click this manage book sections, then you can list all the books here, and you can just delete any of this book or just edit it and change names, author names and other stuff. So for example, let me delete this one. I'm glad my mom did. Okay, let me hit this delete button. If you hit this delete button and refresh it, then you can see this book is gone, you don't find it here. And now the next section is how to edit any of this book. For example, the first one, so click here on edit sections. Here you can name it to version 2, and you can also uh, change anything from it, but let me show if it's working or not. So now made through and then hit upload a book. So if you do that and then so go back to your shop page, you can see made to, you can change other things also. So this way it will work. But then next system is without login to your dashboard, you don't upload or access this database. So let me show that. For example, let me log out from here. So if you click log out, then it will show a blank canvas and says click here to log out. Okay, now you have to agree to these terms of service, and then yes, I want to sign out. Okay, now you are signed it. So we have no account now, but if you click to see here sell your books, then a login page will appear here. Without login, you don't able to access your database. For example, let me admin database. Okay, look, without login you cannot access the admin database page, so must you have to log in here. For example, let me log in here. You can also log in using Gmail ID, using Gmail account, and also Facebook. But let me using an email. Let me show passwords, and for the first time let me show a wrong passwords and hit this here. Look, email and user is not valid because I just paste a incorrect password. So if I just type a correct password, then this system will be redirected to the dashboard. So let me hit this now. Okay, login successful, and then database is pop up here. So that means our authentication system is superb. Without login to the account, you don't access the database. So everyone don't have access to this database. Only specific users can do. So that's fine. This is the overview. Now our main part is at the first step. We'll just set up our backend server. Then we'll move to the front-end server. Why? Because we need data. We need data to show on UI, and the backend part is very simple. As these projects is focused on backend server, so we'll just create a backend server first and then the front end part. So let's go. You may wonder why I'm going to do the backend server first, because it's convenient, I think, and I have show you exact way how you can do it. You don't have to focus on front end first. You can do backend first and then move to front end. And most of the tutorial you can see they do front end part first, then backend. You can do that, but here in this project, let me show how simple this is. So for this, let me close this. We don't need that. Also this on, and here firstly we'll go to the Express.js. We'll use Express.js and Node.js for the backend server. So Express.js, this is the website, and here from here you have to go to the get started. Here this is the installing process. I will show you from the beginning, so you don't need to worry about the source code. So from here, let me create a folder for these projects. Okay, now here we'll just create a new folder. Let me name it Mern Book Projects, and then open it on terminal. Then we have to create a folder. So that's why our first step is mkdir. That means make directory. That means making a folder first. Okay, here mkdir, let me name it Mern Server, as it's a server site. Okay, that's fine. Then we have to go to the change directory to this server. So let me close the first one. Okay, now cd and then copy this from here and then paste it. Okay, now our directory has changed. This is now Mern Server, and here we'll just initialize npm init, but before that let me open it on VS Code. So type code and then dot, and if you press enter, then the file will open on Mern Server, but maybe we can open the full projects here. So for this, okay, let me close and show you again. Just from here, just press enter and then open the terminal. Now type code and then press enter. Here, look, this is our folder name and then Mern Server. Why I did it? Because we'll just create two folders. For one is server, the server is already created, and then another folder is for frontend. Okay, now let me close it. We don't need that, and then also close the other projects. And now our project is here. Firstly, we'll have to change the directory. So cd Mern Server, and now we have to command this npm init. Just copy it or just type it on your VS Code. Init, that means npm initializing. Okay, if you do that, then you can see nothing. Okay, so it says the package name. You can just press enter and then enter and enter and then enter, or you can just initialize it npm init dash dash y if you don't spend time on the setup process. Okay, then yes, a package is a package.json file is here. Now this is our Mern server, and here is the script. Then uh, we have to define a index.js file here. So let me create a index.js file. Index. Okay, let me delete it. We'll just click here and then index.js. This is our entry point, and then we have to install Express and some others packages. So from the command line, let me turn it to top, and then npm express, we need course, then we need mongodb also. MongoDB, it's okay for now. If need any others thing, then we'll install it. Oh, we need also nodemon. Let me search the name nodemon install. Okay, npm nodemon. I think I typed correctly, but if you are confused, you can just Google it. Okay, fine. We have to install these packages. It takes a while to install all these packages, and when the installation process is complete, you can see it on your JSON file. So wait a little bit here. Now we can see we install course, we install Express, MongoDB, and Nodemon also. It's okay now. Then the next task is we have to click these next sections. Here we have to copy this course. This is the dummy course or template for the backend side, and we'll paste this code on index.js. You can type manually. Here on the first line, we just import express from the express.js side. Then we call app, and then we just define a variable. Then we just call express functions. Then we will define a port here. We'll just change this port. So for example, process dot env, then port. Here we'll define a optional port 5000. You can define any port here. Then this is okay. Now we have to write an script here. So this is the script sections, and here type a comma, then a start command, and a colon here, then quotation mark. Here we'll define nodemon index.js. Now if we just command this, our server will run. So let's command it npm start. Otherwise, if you don't define this, you can just type nodemon in npm nodemon index.js. So I just short it. If we command npm starts, then our server will start running. Okay, hit here. Look, our example port is 500. That means our server is running. Let's check it from our website. So if you go here and then 5000, then you can see hello world. This hello world is from this line. Look, this is hello world, and you can change anything from here, but we don't need to worry about it. It's okay now. Let me define some middleware for this project. So we will need to define course, then require here course. After then we will define middleware. Here we will just use app.use, then call this course. So course, and must careful about this calling. You must have to use a parenthesis after calling the course, and then app.use, then express express.json, and then parenthesis. You must call it. So that's why we just define this middleware. This middleware will make connection to our front-end side. So that's why it's important. It's okay now. And then our next task is we have to integrate to our database. So our database is MongoDB. Okay, let me close here. We don't need that. Now we'll move to MongoDB. We'll create an account here because I just want to show you from the starting. You don't need to worry about here. You can from these websites mongodb.com, you can just try free, or you can just log into your existing account. So let me try it free. I'll show you how exactly you can do it by your own. So try free. So here you can just try for free. If you click here, then you have to register on this MongoDB Atlas site. You can do it, or you can just sign up with your Gmail. We have already an account. That's why let me log in. The account creation is simple. So you don't need to worry about that. So let just hit here, sign in to your accounts. Maybe my internet is not working properly, so we have to wait a few seconds. Uh, it's Let me refresh it again. Now let me sign up in my accounts. Here I have integrated with our Gmail accounts. This is my accounts. So when you just get access your accounts, you have to do the following thing. Firstly, you will have to create a user. So to create a users, here database access. Here you will just add a new users. So let me set a username. So this is dummy book store. Acha, let me define it. Mern book store. Mern book store. Then a password, you can just auto generate it, and you must have to copy this because it will need it when you're going to set up your database, and you will going to integrate your database to your servers. And then we have to define a role. Here you must have to define at least read and write to any database. That means the person who will have access, he can read and write code to integrate data to the database. So here I just define it admin role, and then okay, just hit this create a users. So our database user is here, and then our next task is we'll have to click this network access. So make sure you have added cluster 000. To add this, you can just click this API address. Let me show how to delete it, and so from beginning. Okay, let me delete it. Okay, now we have this deleted. Let me create it from the beginning. Firstly, we will have to access network access tab, and then click here. We'll define allow access from anywhere. That means cluster 000. And if you don't want to define the time period, you can just toggle it and define 1 week, but we don't need to expire it, so that's why it's okay. And now confirm. It will give you some flexibility to access this network. It takes a few seconds to being active. Okay, now it's active. When it's done, our third step is we'll hit this database sections. From here we'll click connect, and then we will have to install a drivers. So as you are going to use Node.js, then you have to choose these sections. So this is hit these driver sections, and then define this node drivers, then server. We already have installed our mongodb, so we don't need this command. Then we will have to copy this, but before that let me write my passwords to a notepad, wordpad. Okay, we'll need these passwords to integrate. That's why I just first copy this one. You can just copy your code here for examples. Okay, let me comment these passwords for now. And then our third step is we have to uh, paste this code to your express.js. So hit here, then the end. You can just add a comments mongodb db config here, configurations. Okay, now paste the code, copied code. Your first task is you don't need to understand anything here, but your first task is you have to comment this line, because if you don't comment when your code is finished, your database will be closed. So we don't want our database will be closed. We just comment out it. And then the next task is we'll have to change the passwords from here. So look, the password is empty, so we'll copy our password sections and then delete this and paste your passwords. And here we don't have username defined, so we have to go backward to get the username. I don't write it fast, so that's why go to your database access sections, and here this is the user's name. Just copy it, then mark these sections and paste it here. Now if everything is okay, and check your terminal, you can see this is our database is created. Look, pinged your development, you successfully connected mongodb. That means our connection is created. We don't discuss more about this code, but let me show. This is the integration part. We just required, or that means we import mongodb, and from mongodb we import mongo client and then server API versions. Here we call our mongo client and then we pass a URI. URI means a some codes, some strings, a strings that make connection to database to this server side. Okay, this URI is going to connect to the MongoDB using this server. Then here is some codes to connect this server, and here inside these async functions, this is the try block. Here we will write our integration code, we will write our code, and then this is the final block. If this code have any issues, the final code will be run. Okay, we don't need to worry about that. But before that, if our server is running successfully, as we have seen, pinged your developments, your successfully connected your MongoDB. Okay, if these sections is okay, we will create database first. So for these projects, let me close it, and then uh, under this client dot contact, we'll just create a database, create a collections of for the database collections of documents. Here first task is type const, define a variable, then this is a book server, so that's why we may call it book collections or something that, but I think I have already a book collections, so make it different name, books okay, book collections or books collections. But to define this must we have to delete this database. Okay, from the database sections, let me delete our first database browser collection. Then oh, this is book inventory, so we don't need to worry about this database, but let me delete it. We don't need this database name book inventory. Okay, so that I did this because I don't want any conflict here. Okay, that's why book collections, this is book collections, and here client dot db will define book inventory sorry, then dot collections will define the collections name. This collection is for books. Okay, fine, that's fine. We have created a database named book inventory, and inside this database we will define a collections name books. You can define others collections in this database. So if you have multiple data, then inside this database you can add many collections. And then uh, let me insert a book to this database. So insert a book to the database db using post method. To post anything, we just use post method, so that our database, our data will post it to the mongodb. So that's why post method. Let me define it ma create. Okay, that's fine. So for this, you already know app.post, that we use this to post a books. So here upload book, and then we will define a async functions here, request and response. After then we'll just call a arrow functions and curly braces, and here we'll write our code. So firstly we'll define const data equal required dot body, so that we can get data from the body. And then if you just insert book to your database, you can just read the documentation. So for this, MongoDB card uses examples. If you just type MongoDB card uses examples, then here, look, this is the sections. Go to click these sites and check uses examples. So you will find the code how you can just insert a book. So for this, insert the operation is here. You can just insert a document, as we're going to insert a book. So that's why insert book. And here we will create database. The first two tasks is done. Then to insert, we have to just define const results, then await our database name, then insert operations, insert one operations. Okay, so for this, okay, define, let me define const results. You can just copy these codes from here, await, then database name. Look, this is the database name, and then insert one. Okay, await, then our database name is book collections. Copy this and then paste it here. Okay, here a unwanted dot here. Then insert one, as we're going to insert one data, insert one method, and here we'll define a this data. So pass this data here. That's fine. And now our task is brace.send, and then send these results. If we write this simple code, only 3 lines of code, you can just post data to your database. Okay, to check this, if the data is going to insert, we will use postman. You can just type postman, then hit this first website postman.com. You can just use this to check data, because one browsers we can just get data. Look here, we just get this data. Other operations don't work. The server will only work for get operations. Otherwise you can explore, update, or post operations here on server. So that's why we will use Postman API platform. So we have already installed it, but if you don't, you can just install it. So let me search Postman and open it. I just downloaded this software. You can just download it and use it. You don't need to sign in even here. Okay, so look, let me close this. We don't okay, close it, close it, close it. And firstly, let me show from beginning here. This the plus icons. Click here. Then by default gate operations, you will define your local host URL, as our server is running on this port. You will just copy it and here paste this URL. And if you send data, you can see hello world, as we're getting it from this localhost, and this is same results. But here you can just run other operations, for example post, put, pass, delete, and hit others thing. As we're going to run a post methods, we have to select a new tab. For example here, let me copy this and then paste it here. And for the URL, we will define this. This is the URL where our book will be inserted from where. Okay, that's why slash, then define it. Okay, now we will change it to post, as we are going to post operations. Then click this body, then raw, and then from the text choose JSON format. here you will have to type your data. So for these projects we will need some data, that's why we will use ChatGPT to get data. We have created a JSON data from here. I just type create a JSON file for following data. Our data will be included author name, image URL, category, book descriptions, title, and book URL. So if we just copy this and just paste the JSON file here, then it's okay. But I want to do real projects, that's why I go to good readers website to get some book data. From here just choose any of these. Okay, let me say click these best book sections. From here let me choose any of these book. For example, this is this one. Okay, so click here, and now look, this book name is tomorrow. I just copy this first to tomorrow, and let me change it here. This is okay, this is the book title. Maybe we can just reorganize it a little bit. Book title, okay, let me reorganize it because it's convenient to reorganize. I'd save our time. Then book title, then author name. The author name is author name, author name, then book image URL. So let me open this image to a new tab. Then this is the book image URL. I don't need this. Okay, don't save. Then this is the book URL. I paste it. Then category fiction. Okay, it's no problem, we don't need to change it. uh, then copy this text. So this is the book descriptions, and then book PDF URL, that means these books. Okay, so for this just click this, and then this is the book details page. From here just copy the book link. So copy the URL and now paste it the book PDF URL sections. So our data is inserted here. You can just manually do this, or you can just copy paste it. I will provide all the data, uh, so you don't need to worry about. And then let's do a operation. So if you hit this send button, our data will be posted to our server. Look, our database, we don't have any database here named book inventory, but when we post a data to database, then this will work. Okay, let me hit here, click here, sending request. Look, acknowledge true, inserted ID, this ID. And now if you refresh this page, look, book inventory, this is our newly created database. So data collection name, and inside here you can see book collections here. So this is book collections, and if you check the book collections, one data is inserted. The data name is tomorrow and tomorrow. This is the author name. This is the image URL. Okay, let me check it. And then book descriptions and more. By doing this way, you can post data and post any book. So let me try another book so that you have better understanding. Okay, let me this one, copy this book name, and then again our post URL will be same. We don't need to change this one. Then book name, after then this is the writer. Okay, fine. Then let me copy some descriptions. Postman, and this is the book descriptions. Okay. Uh, we just what happened it? Double oh shit. Descriptions. Okay, let me copy it again. These sections. What happened it? I don't want this. This is nonsense. I can't copy properly. That's why. Okay, now it's okay. Then copy this image, change the book image, and then book PDF URL. So click here, then copy the URL. Now paste it here. If everything okay, hit this send button. Then again acknowledgement true, and this is the inserted ID. Check your database. So this is, and refresh it for now. So if you refresh, then look, our true data is inserted. By doing this, look, this is isn't it simple? You just type this 3 line of code and book data will be inserted to database. On the front end, we'll create a form and collect the data from the inventor and then post it to your database with this simple 3 line codes. So I think you enjoyed this. And then next one is how you will get all these books. So we'll define a get operations here, get all books from database. So we have already 2 books and we want to get these 2 books from the database. So that's why these operations. So for this we'll define app.get, and here firstly uh, let me use double quotation, and here wall books. Here this will be also a async functions, and the first one is we'll define const and then books. Here we'll define await, then book collection. Our book collection is this on await book collections dot. We'll use find method because we have to. Okay, let me close it for now. Okay, to get data you must have to find data first, so that's why we'll find many data. That's why find multiple documents. Here you can see firstly we'll have to define we'll define a find operation. So that's why collections dot find operations, we find all. We don't want to filter data, that's why we don't pass any queries or options. If you want to define, if you want to get a specific title or id data, you can operate a find a documents, as we're going to get full data. That's why just simply find, and then our task is const results. uh, I don't remember it. You can just find the code from here. Look, our first task is this one, then this is the main task. So and then we have to just convert it to we don't need to define await here, we will define await here. Then books dot to array, so this is books dot to array method here. So that's okay. Then res dot send the results. So now if you hit this URL, you will get the two book data. So for example, let me hit here. Look, two data. The first book name is Tomorrow Tomorrow, and then Remarkably Bright Cultures. You can also check these from here. So if you want, so for example, localhost wall books, and then get methods, then you can see these two books data. So you can also check from here or from your browser site. So I think this is okay. We get data from our database, so we don't need to have worry about this. And then how to update a book if we need to update any books. That's why our next API will be update a books, update a book data. So for this we will use patch or post method. Patch or update method, update methods. Okay, fine. That's why now app dot patch, and here we must have to target a book. So that's why look, I am getting suggestion because I have installed tab 9 here. Look, tab 9, that's why I am getting these suggestions. You can use this extension and get the similar suggestions. So for this we'll just slash book, then a ID here. So this is book ID, then a comma, async functions. So here firstly we'll just get this ID from required.params.id. So this way we'll get ID. So for examples, if you console log then ID and check your browsers, you will see nothing. But after a little bit you will get something. Okay, uh, let me check. If we just define a patch function here, so this is patch localhost slash, then we'll define book, then a book ID. So let me copy the book ID. This is the book ID. This way our URL will be. That's okay. Now the next section is, as we're going to define this ID. Okay, const update book data. Here our book data will be require dot body, then we'll operate a filter options. You can get this data from the database. So for updating a book, this is the update and replace options, and here updated documents, click here. Then we have to filter data, so that's why let me define filter. So const filter equal will filter by ID, so that's why underscore ID. Every data we have underscore ID. If you check your database, you can see every data we have underscore id will filter by using this id. So that's why underscore id, you can just copy underscore id from here or just manually type here, then new, then object id, import it first, make sure the uh, object id is imported, then we'll pass our id that we get from our body. Okay, so look, this code is here, filter this way. I just instead of title, I just use here an id, then copy these options after true. Well, this will need this line, options after true. Okay, fine. Now the main task, we will have to upload this code. So for this, look, this is the code. We'll use similar code. So that's why const update doc, and then a curly braces, and here set functions. So this is set and curly braces here. We'll use to update books. So that means we are just inserting all these data to our book sections. So that's why these options. Then we already now to update const result equal await book collections dot update one. Look, update one, then we'll pass our filter the way we'll filter. So copy it and paste it here, then comma, then what we'll send, update data, and then these options. Okay, fine. So if everything okay, just send it brace dot send these results. Now let's update a book. Let's try to update a book. So for this, we will go to Postman, and here, firstly, we'll just create an API for the post. So as we are going to hit localhost 5000, so let me copy localhost, and here all the books, you can see we have 2 books. So copy this, all the books, and just here take a new tab. We'll delete this, we don't need this. Instead of this, we'll copy this URL. We have books, then an id, books and an id. So for this id, we'll just copy the first one, and then just define this id. When it's done, we'll just change it to patch, as we are used here patch method. Then we'll copy book data from the API, as we have those datas. So copy it. We don't need to define this id. We just ignore the id because we already define it at the top. And from here, this is body, then raw data, and here we'll define JSON. So as we are using JSON, so we have to define a curly braces, and inside here we'll just define the data. Here we will change it to tomorrow 2. Okay, that's fine. And if you hit, then you can see acknowledge true. If you check or refresh this page, you will see this is tomorrow, tomorrow, tomorrow. If you want to change these book names, you can also do that. Okay, let's do it now. If you just copy it and now change this id. For now we'll just copy those datas and then let me paste it here. We'll change is remarkably bright. Creatures are here. We'll just remarkably bright. We just cut these creator sections, and when we do this and send a request, acknowledge true, and our data is edited now. Refresh it. Look, remarkably bright. You can change any of these. You can change name, this URL, categorize, and other thing if you want. So that's why our update method is working. And then our next section is we will create an API for the delete sections. What if we want to delete a book? That's why delete method, delete a book data. So for delete, we will define app.delete. So for delete method, app.delete, and here the code is same. About patching, we will target a book, a specific book using ID, and then we'll just do some operations. So you can just copy this line and also the filter. So you don't write this, or if you want to see documentations, from the documentations you can see this is the delete operations. To delete a single items, delete one. You will find this code here. Firstly, we'll define a filter, then const results equal as were defined async, then we will also define await, then book collections, then our method is check this method delete one. So delete one, and we'll pass here this filter because we will delete based on the id, then trace dot send, then results. Okay, our delete method is now okay. So let's check. So one postman, as we have this, then we'll copy this and then paste it here. The id is for remarkably bright, and then it's okay. If you just change this to delete, and you don't have to do anything, you just define this id, book id, this is a remarkable bright, and then if you hit just send, acknowledge true, and delete counted, and go back to your all books and refresh it. Now we have one books. So isn't is simple. Almost we have done our categories, but at last we have uh, one thing, how to filter a data. So to filter data, we'll have to use queries. So that's why, for example, if it based do filter based on categories, then you can do this way. So if we define novel and we have no data, you can find nothing. So let me add some data. So for this, we'll just insert some books data. So okay, from the good reader side, we will just insert some data, and then will fetch that data. Okay, just set this one. This is, so we will now use this way update book sections, but in future so we'll just do it from the backend, from the database, sorry, dashboard. So just let me do it for manually now. Then Taylor Jinx rate image URL, obviously. Where is the image URL? Open image, then the category is historical, so that's why this is historical. Then we just define history, book data, descriptions, book PDF URL. We don't we just don't change it now because it's take lots of time. So let upload. Our second book is already uploaded. So if you refresh, then second book is uploaded. You can just define it the history to just filter out data. So if you just choose fictions, you can see nothing happened because we have no code. But after a default, if we just filter data by category, find by category, we write some code and filter data. So category, then this will works. So app dot get, then as we have this code, let me copy these sections and okay. Now the first one is let query equal empty objects, and then if request dot query, যদি query পাও, then check categories. So this is the category. যদি query and category পাও, then we'll do some operations. So here query equals, then this category, define this category, require dot query dot category, then const results equal weight book collections dot find based on queries, these queries, then to array. Okay, now the last one is res dot send, then results. So let me close this first one for now. Let me close this, and if we now just try to press enter, then look, no fiction is here. uh, okay, look, maybe fiction, then category, then fiction. Maybe the name is not correct, that's why we got an error. Let me check this category name is correct. What happened it here? I think everything is okay, but we didn't get data. Again, let me check it. Category, then okay, try different fictions. Story. Okay, we don't have double quotations. Okay, now this is the fictions. If we try fictions, the if is one if, then look, fiction. So this way we can filter data, and using this one code you can just get your wall books. For example, you can get, if you delete this, then you can get wall books, but if you want to filter, then you can do this way. Okay, it's well, our server is now okay. Now we'll move to the front end part, and I hope you enjoyed this. So now let's create our client side. So for this, firstly we will have to go to Tailwind CSS for the template or code command. So let me visit Tailwind CSS. This is the website, and in this projects I obviously would like to use Tailwind CSS because it's very convenient to use. So for this, from here, this is the home page of Tailwind CSS, and from here just click get started. When you click get started, you will uh, on the documentation page, and on the landing page you can see the installation process. You can use any of these, but for this project we'll use Vite to install React.js. So that's why we have to choose from the framework guides, we have to choose Vite. And here, look, this is the step by step command. You can just follow first one, second one, and third one by this way and complete this process. So for this, first we have to command this line npm create Vite at the very latest, then my project, that means here is your project name, then dash template, then React. So let me copy this. Okay, now from here just drag it here. Look, now we have a single terminal, but I would like to split this terminal for two, because one is for client and another is for server. Okay, let me click here split terminal, and you can see here is one terminal and here is the second terminal. For the first terminal I would like to use client side, and then this is the server side. So let me paste the code on the first uh, On the first terminal here, look, I paste the code npm create vit latest my projects, and here I would like to edit the project's name. The project is Mern client or Mern client. Then when you have written the project's name, then press enter. Look, now we have to comment, or you have to command change directory to Mern client, as now we have Mern book projects, but we have to go to Mern client. Then that's okay. Look, this is the Mern client, and now here we have to npm install. So that's why let me copy npm install and then press enter. With a few minutes the installation process will be complete, but before that let me run our server. So for this, firstly go to the change directory, and then this is Mern server, Mern server. Okay, now this is the main directory, and then Mern server is the um, child directory, and here npm starts, so that our server start running. Okay, you can see our npm installation process is completed, and 96 node packages are found in here. So look, this is our client side, and at the bottom this is our server side. So within the folder Mernbook projects. Now to run our websites, our client sites, here at the first terminal you can just command npm run dev. Okay, press enter. If you click this URL, so press control and click here, then your site is open. You can see this is your primary sites. You can change anything from here. So let me show how to change it. From here, this is the index.html file. Let me change the title first. Mount bookstore. Okay, that's okay. You can see at the top Mount bookstore, and you can also change the uh, icon of these sites, but let me comment out it. We don't need this one. Okay, look, this is okay, and now we will just remove everything from here. So for this, from the src, just click app.jsx. We don't need this, so that's why mark it and just cut out it. Here this is the simple one is hello Mern. Okay, now if you visit your website, then you can see hello Mern. So let's move to the next step. We have to install tailwind css, so that's why the command is this one. Okay, so again open the terminal. Our client site is still running, so to uh, command new command, so we have to stop this client server. So that's why press Ctrl C, and then we already copied the code npm installed dash g tailwind css auto prefix and post css. Press enter. For now the installation process is going to start. Then our next command is npx tailwind css init dash p. When this on is done, we will have to run another command. Okay, then look, the third step is we have to configure our tailwind.config.js file, and we have to copy this codes and replace it to our tailwind.config.js file. Okay, look here, uh, this is the tailwind.config.js. So click here. Here the content is empty. We have to replace this to uh, this on. So copy it from here and then now just delete it and paste it again here. So when it's done, then we have to move to our next step. The step number 4, we have to add tailwind derivatives to your CSS. The path will be src slash index.html. Okay, let me copy this 3 line and now src and then index.css. Open it. Look, there are some default styling here, but we don't need this, so that's why press Ctrl A to mark wall and then backspace to delete, and now Ctrl V to paste the uh, copied code. And here you can see some unknown tailwind unknown rules. So to fix it, firstly click these on and copy it. Ctrl C for copy, and from the settings icons click here, then settings. Here paste unknown rules and click the workspace. Look, here is a warning, that's why these uh, lines, so if you just ignore it, then look, those lines are gone. So this way you can fix this. Okay, now this step is done, and then again if I have to run this project, so that's why npm run dev. Let me see, npm run dev. Again we have already running our projects, and if you see, our text is now at the top, but why it's not uh, get started from beginning? Because we have some styling on app.css. We don't need this, so delete this. We don't need this. And if you see, now this is our uh, clean projects with tailwind css. And then the next step is we have to install react router dom. So react router লিখে search react router dom. This is the websites, and from here we have to go to tutorial sections. Then if you scroll a little bit, this is the setup process, and here we already completed this command to create our projects. And then next one is we have to install react router dom. So just copy this command line, and here look, one server is running here, so we can just create another uh, sections to run this command. So that's why let me change the directory cd mern client cd. So maybe there's some issues, let me just check another. Then cd mern. Okay, let me type manually cd client. Now this is cd client, and then paste the code. So if you just press enter, then React router DOM will uh, be installed. So wait here. So how to make sure the React router DOM is installed? So for this, you can just check your package.json. So it is the package.json file of Mern server. Okay, let me close it. Let me close index.js and all the tabs here. We don't need this now. And from here, just look here, package.json under this Mern client. So that's why open this package.json. So if you check on the dependency, here you can see React router DOM. That means our React router is installed successfully. Okay, that's fine. Then the next step is we have to add routing. So that's why we will create a router. So for this, from on the SRC section, so here click here and then create a folder. This is router, routers routers. Okay, now select this routers and then add a folder, rou router.jsx. That's fine. We'll make separate. That's why we're creating a new folder. And now firstly we have to import this mark. You can see here is the colorful. So copy this and now paste it here. Then next task is we have to copy these codes and paste it here. You can see this colorful text. We will copy this colorful text. And the third step is we have to add router provider equal router equal router. So we'll add this on another page, our main.jsx. So that's why move to main.jsx. Here look, this is the code. App is rendering here at the root element. So you can see same styling, strict mode, and copy these lines. And now paste, just cut this app and just press enter here. So we have to import this React router DOM. Then we have to import router. So router is not imported. We have to import it. Router provider React router DOM. Okay. I think this is okay. If everything okay, and if you check your website, refresh it, you can see nothing because we don't define any outline. So for this, the root path is this one. Of we defined we doesn't define router, so that's why let me define router. Import router from slash router slash router.jsx. Now these will work. So if you just check your website, you can see nothing. Why? Maybe there are some errors. Okay, let me check the console. If we get some, so default add, this is not added properly. Still there are some errors from this line. The router is not installed properly. So why this is, okay, let me fix. We just off, we don't export it, that's why it's happening. We have to export, otherwise we cannot import it. That's why it's not working. I forget to do that, that's why uh, it's working. So okay, let me export default, then router, then we can import it easily. So sec me, we don't need anything, we just let me start here, just click here, then router, look, press import. It the import process is very easy. Now it's okay. If you just check your website, you can see hello world. You can change any text from here, but now we will render our whole app from this path. We don't only use hello world, that's why here type app and then import it. Okay, close it. Now all the app is import hello Mern from this app page. So from this app page, then we will create some child elements. So that's why as router.jsx we will take children and then colon, then a square brackets. Here we'll define some childrens. The root path will be path, and then this is root path, use a comma, and then element. Our root element will be home component. We don't have any page here, so that's why we have to create some pages. So make sure you click this src and then create a folder for this home. So let me home, and inside this home folder let me create a folder home.jsx, then RAFCE, React Functional Export Components. So this is home. You can just use this extension for this ES7 React. You can just install these extensions to get this shortcut code or code template. If you just type RAFCE, then you will get this code templates. Okay, now we will just import home here. If you check your website, nothing changes, but if we just open our app.jsx and here just defined an outlet here, outlet, and now if you check, then home. So for navigation menu, we can just add a nav here, and we define a page site logo for now, site logo for now. Then you can see site logo and then home. If we create some other pages, for example the shop page at src, so this is shop, and inside this shop let me create a shop page, shop.jsx rafce. Okay, now at the router page here, just take a comma and then curly braces. Here our path will be slash shop, then comma, element will be shop.jsx. Okay, if you now you are at a home URL, look, this is the root URL, so that's why home is rendering. But if you just go to slash shop, then look, shop is rendering here. And you can also set others here, for example about page, blog page, and other page. Let me create for now. We will organize this page by page, that's why I'm doing here, but you can move everything to, under in new pages. Okay, now let me define components. and add these components. Let me create a block page and a block page and a about page about.jsx rafce. That's okay. Now for the simple single components add, so for the single book, let me create a new components here. Single book.jsx rafce. Okay. Now for now these 4 or 5 pages is okay. So let me set our routers. So next here we'll just define path will be slash about page, then comma, element will be so why this is not working, maybe is about page setup. Yeah, setup. Okay, now the last one is the blog page, blog, then element. Okay, fine. So if you now want to go to blog page and type blog, oh this is not blocks, just single blocks, then you can see blog is rendering here. If you just want to go to about page, then about is rendering here. So it's very simple. There are some pages is set up. Now we'll move to next step. We'll just design a navbar for our project. So let me close everything from here. So for this navbar, under these components, we'll just create a navbar.jsx arrayfce. We'll just render these from our app.jsx. So here we don't need this hard-coded navbar. We just import navbar from these components navbar.jsx and close it. We don't need this unused elements here, so delete everything. And now if you check, this is navbar. We will design our navbar first and then move others stuff. So from here, look, first one is uh, at this point, this is navbar. On this navbar, firstly we will define some use states hook. So const is menu open, then set menu open, set menu open, and then equals, here use straight hooks, then define and false by default. Okay, now the next hook is about the similar way. We will use states and is tricky. We will check if we scroll, then we will active this is sticky, set sticky, use states, false. Use states will be must be false. Okay, that's fine. Then we'll define a toggle button. Toggle menu closed toggle menu, then a arrow function here. Inside this curly braces, set menu open. Oh, set is menu open. We didn't define is here, so set is menu open. Then we'll just make it not. That means we will toggle is menu opens. Okay, this way. After then we'll use effects hooks here and render a function here. So that's why the function will be an arrow functions, obviously anonymous functions. We don't have any name here. So the first one is const handle scroll. Then these will be arrow functions, obviously, and inside these arrow functions will define if we scroll window dot scroll to the y, scroll to the y-axis. If we scroll to the y-axis and the value is greater than 100 pixels, so 100 pixels, and then we'll just make set is sticky. I just use automated code, that's why we just change it. We will just call it and define true. Okay, this was by default false, but when we scroll hundreds, then our set is sticky, it will be true. And if it's done, otherwise we'll define else, and here else will be set is sticky will be false. Okay, now look, from here we'll just command window dot add event listener, then scroll. We'll call these functions, and lastly we'll return it. So return, then a arrow functions, anonymous arrow functions, then it will return of these whole lines. So copy it and then paste it inside this code block. Okay, fine. Our initializing and setup process is done. Now we will type codes. So but before that, let me uh, define some nav items here. We'll just map operation to map operations, const nav items. Then we will just write an array of objects here. So this is link equals, first one is home, then the path will be root path, then comma, and just copy this for multiple times. I just make sure the we have 4 or 5. Okay, let me define 5. We'll change this, will be about page, about, then shop also will be shop. The third one is sale, your book. Here we will define admin slash dash dashboard. After then the last one is about blog. Okay, this is blog. Now here our final task. We don't use div here, we will use semantic tag, header tag here, and inside this header tag we'll take a semantic tag nav, and we will add some classes. But let me, before do that, let me just define something. So first we will take a div, and inside this div we'll just insert logo, insert use logo or something, or logo. Okay, now this will be link. Just import link from react router DOM. Then to this two will be root path, and then close it. Here we'll define books for now, books. But for logo, so if you check now books, but for logo we'll use react icons. So let me go to react icons. This is the git page, and here firstly command A to install react icons packages. That's why I already have dedicated terminal to command, so that's why here press enter. Okay, now you can see there are lots of icons. We would like to use fa icons, fa6 icons, so front of some icons here, so that's why we will have to copy this. And now at the top we'll command react icons, and then paste it here. Inside here we will just define fs blog, fa blog, fa blog. Okay, now here we just use fa blog. Let me close it, then it's okay. So if you check your website, you can see nothing, but here is a logo icons here. Okay, now let's style this. So this will be class name inline flex or inline block. Then here at the link tab we will add some classes here. So class name text to Excel, then font bold, text blue 700s, then flex item center and gap throw. So if you check your website now, this is okay. Isn't it is okay now? Then if this one is okay, then we will just press enter. We'll nav items here, nav items for large devices. We'll use ul tag. Inside this ul tag we'll just do map operations, so that's why copy this nav items, then dot map. Here we'll do arrow functions, and inside these arrow functions we'll just these structures link and path. So link, then path. I just copy the text from at the top, and then we'll just define a link, then we'll define k props here. K will be path, then after that we'll define a true. This true will be obviously the path URL. Okay, now if you check, nothing happens. Why nothing happens? Oh, okay, look, there's some text but we cannot see. So for this we have to do some styling. Okay, let me define class name here. This will be blog text base text text block text block. We will have to pass link here, so that's why we haven't checked. So link here, you can see now home app sale blog is uh, rendering. We'll do some class name. This is will be uppercase, cursor pointers, hover text will be text blue 700. Okay, I think it's okay. If you hover, you can see the effects. That's good for now. Here we have to add some class name at the top. So here the class name will be one empty. This is flex space x to x space x12. Then by default this will be hidden, and okay, that's fine. Now you can see there must a space behind beside these two elements, and then here is this way. Okay, when it's done, under these URL we will define a button for LG devices. So that's why take a div. Inside this div we'll just take a new button, and inside this button we'll render fa bars plug bars plugist. This is an icons. So add class name tableau 5 or something, then hover text will be below, text will be below 700. If you check your website, then you can see these icons. We'll add some class name here. Space x will be 12, hidden by default. It will visible on large device. So large device, this will be block or flex something, then items center. Okay, you haven't see any changes, but soon when we will add some classes to the navbar, we'll see the effects. But before that, let me define a menu for the mobile devices. So menu button for the mobile devices. Okay, let me take a new div. This by default this will be hidden on medium device or upper device, so empty hidden, but it will visible on small devices. We will take a button. Inside this button we'll just uh, define is menu open. If menu open, then we will render something, otherwise we'll render other things. So here when menu open, we will render x mark icon, fa x mark icon. So fa x mark icon, but when it's false, then we will use fa bar select. Okay, if you check your uh, website at small devices, you can see nothing here. So let me define some classes. Is of firstly class name is 5w5 text black. Here on this button we'll define a class name. We will define one click effects. When we click, we'll call toggle menu button. So this toggle menu, so pass it here. You can see this, but okay, here is these icons. This is changing. You can see when we click, this is on cross, but when you click again, then it's on nav items. That's okay. Here we will add some class name. Text by default black. We don't need to define it again, but let me then focus outline none. That's okay for now. And now if this is done, so just here we'll uh, add items for the small devices. So nav items, render nav items for SM devices. Okay, so take a new div, and here inside this div we'll just do same code. We may copy this code and we'll render it here. Okay, but before that uh, let me add a curly braces inside here, just paste it. So if you check, you can see this wall is rendered. So that's why now we'll add some class name. So we will use template string, and space to the y-axis will be 4. So y, so look, there must gap here. And now after then px will be 4, margin top will be 16, py will be 7, and bg blue 700. So if you check now bg blue 700, our text will be white. So for this text will be white. white. So text now white. You can also define, you can just delete this hover text. So maybe m top 16 is much bigger. We just let me define it's 12 or something for now, but it will work when we add absolute positioning. So that's okay for now. So nothing add value here. So that's why we'll define a template string. Here this will be block, this will be is main opens. So if opens, then this will be block, then position will be fixed, top 0, right 0, and left 0. But if it's not, then we'll define hidden. Okay, so now by default it's hidden, but when you click, then nav items will be displayed. Look, isn't is interesting? When you just go to bigger devices, then the mobile nav icons will be hidden. Look, now we have to styling to this top nav and header section. So that's why here at the top we'll add class name. By default our width will be full, so width will be full and busy transparent. Then position will be fixed on top 0, left 0, right 0, and then transition will be wall is in, and then duration will be 300. That's okay. So you can see at the top. Then next step is we'll just target this on. Here we'll use template string, that's why caret sign, and inside this caret sign we'll define by default py, that means padding to the y-axis 4. On large device px will be 24 and by default px will be 4. Then a dollar sign curly braces, here is sticky. Then if it's sticky, then we'll do something, and but when it's false, we'll do something. Okay, so here when sticky is true, we'll just make it sticky class, and then top 0, left 0, right 0, busy below 300s, and by default it's okay. So you can't see anything right now, but let me define some height here. So if we defined class name is screen for now, just for see how it's working, and here let me define a div home, and then class name is 96. Okay, nothing affects, but screen, then another div, class name is screen, busy bridge. So okay, Now if you check, look, when you scroll, a background is applied here. And the next step is we must have to add some classes to this div. That's why our navbar will not showing properly, not elegant. So that's why here we'll add class name. This will be flex, and then justify betweens. So if we add this, then you can see all my items are here. Then items obviously will be center, text will be base, and gap will be 8. Wow, look, when you just hover, there is an effect, and if you scroll, then you can see a background is applied. It's very simple. So now next item is we have to add a banner. So on this project, so on this website, so let's create a banner.jsx and design our banner sections. Hit these component sections, and here we'll just create a banner.jsx. Then RAFCE React Functional Components and banner. We will banner it. We will render this banner from this home component. So that's why let me take a new div. Inside this div, let me insert banner. Okay, components. Let me close it. And if you check your website, now this is the banner text. We'll design our banner on the specific components. This is banner components, and here first we'll add some class name. So by default, px will be 4, and on large device, px will be 24. And we will add a background color busy trail 100 or something. Then we'll add flex items center. Okay, fine. If you check your website, now you can see this is the banner. uh, Now here we'll take another div. Inside this div we'll have left side, and that's why div left side, then right side, div right side. We'll add flex. Flex by default flex call, that means column, and on medium device flex row. Okay, then justify between items center, gap 12, and py, that means padding to the y-axis 14. Okay, that's fine. If you check your website, you can see the flex between display between is not applying. Why? We don't define the width, we will define the full width, that means w full. So now it's on the left and right sides. Okay, now let's design our left side first. Here we will have a hero text, that means a big text, banner text. So buy and sell your books. So if you check buy and sell your books, let me add some styling here. Class name text 5xl, font bold, then leading smudge, text black. Okay, fine. I think this is okay. If you check, you can see this on. Then we will add some text. Lorem By default, I'm using lorem, and then we will have a search button. That's why div, then input field, and we'll add a placeholder. This is search, and obviously this will be search, and type search. Okay, placeholder, search a book. If you check, this is the input field. Now we will style this input field class name py2 px2 rounded ssm, that means rounded starts sm. So if you check, you can see this type. Okay, outline border none. Okay, fine. And now we will need a button, so input type button or type button search. Then this button will be class name busy blue 700 px6 py2 text white, font size medium, then hover busy black, transition wall is in, duration 200. Okay, fine. Look, now we can add some spacing. That's why we'll target this div. This is the parent div, and then a space y-axis to the 8 or 7. So it's not x-axis, it's y-axis. Okay, if you check now, then you can see there is much gap here. Okay, fine. Now we'll define on medium devices. W will be 50%. Okay, then a is full. Obviously is full. You can add some other spacing to this paragraph. Class name on medium devices, W will be 2 by 3 or 4 by 5, something like this. I think it's okay. You can just increase the text size. Okay, now it's okay. We'll add some other texts. Okay, let me define it 5 6, and we will add some text here. Span for the best prices. Here class name text blue 700. Okay, fine. It's too big, we don't need this. We will need only 5 pixel. I think this work. Now we will have to design a card here. uh, so for this we will use, let me close this. We will use swiper.js, so that's why go to swiper.js.com, and from here if you just click this demo options, and you can see lots of type of carousel post here. Can use any of these. Look, but for these projects you can use this type of cards easily. I will show you how you can. In this project we will use these ones, so that's why we will have to select React, and this will open code sandbox. But before that, let me install this swiper.js, so that's why go back to this documentation space and then get started. So we'll have to install this swiper, so that's why drag this, and from here let me choose these on, then install swiper.js. After then we don't need anything from here. We will just follow this. Okay, from this repository I just um, go to this src page, then main.jsx, look this, and then app.jsx. We will have to copy wall from here, but for this we will create another components for this banner, so that's why under this src let me create a shared, or let me create a page for, okay, under this home let me create a page. So this is banner cards dot j6 rafce, then we'll import this banner card to these right sections. So here banner card. So check, this is a banner card, and we will design this banner card page. So for this, look, we will have to copy all this, and then we'll paste it at the top. Okay, fine. We don't need css, so let's me comment it, and then look here. By this way we can just import our swiper, so that's why we'll copy all from here, and then let me close it, and inside here we'll just add swiper. And if you check your website, you can see this styling. We haven't added styling, that's why our website is broken. We'll copy css, but before that let me create a css for this. So banner card.css, and then define it from here. Let me copy this username and then paste it here. Okay, fine. Now here we'll add styling. So for this, styling, check the style.css, and from here we don't need this body, we'll need this swiper code. Okay, fine. Now paste this code here. If you do this, then back to your website, then you can see it's implemented. That's fine. So now there are some issues. Okay, let me just click here. Firstly, we will add a class name here. Class name banner. Then we'll define, because we'll use other swipers, so that's me. Let me ensure it's on the right track. Ensure everywhere, so it's for extra security purpose. Okay, fine, we don't need too much here. Now here is okay, but we want to use image here, so that's why let me take an book image. So book images, or let me copy from a repositories our previous project, so that's why let me copy images from the Mern book projects here on client. Oh sorry, this is not the repository, this one. Okay, from the client let me to copy these images. I'll provide you all the images, or you can just download images. There is this images, so copy these all images. Let me copy all images because we need them. Just copy it, and now go up. This is my folder for this projects, and on the clients src, then assets. Here we'll paste all the images. Now look, under this assets we have banners, and under these banners we have some books. We'll use background images instead of this color, so background images. Then URL slash here is rc slash, then assets slash, then banner books, the folder name, then book one dot book on dot png. Okay, now if you check your website, the first banner is completed. Oh, there's is working for every typer. So let me define dot banner. Look this way, it will work will this way. Then book two. So look what's happening. Look to book two. So from the card we don't need the text, so that's why delete all this text. We don't need much, we only add five, maybe five or six. So let me add images to the others. So this is the number 3, so the book will be number 3, then 4, so 4, then 5. We have 5 books at least. We can add by one, and we don't need this. Okay, fine. Now if you just refresh it and then scroll, look, our book are displayed this way. And next, our favorite book section. So for this, the favorite book sections is under this home. That's why in this home folders, we will just create a favorite books.jsx components, and let me close these css. We don't need this banner.jsx. Okay, we don't need this rafce. Then press import, and this is favorite books, and here we will just define a const, then here books, then set books, will define use states, and then it's an empty array. We will fetch, then we'll take use effect, then and here we'll define a arrow functions, and we'll fetch our API. So our API was wall books. We'll just fetch wall books, so that's why wall books, and then here raise arrow functions raise.jsons, and then data. And firstly, let me close, let me see the data on this page. Okay, so we will have to import these favorite books to our home page, so that's why we'll just import favorite books components on the home page. And if you see your website, you can see nothing, only favorite books. But if you inspect and check your console, here refresh it, look, there are two datas from this console log at favorite books line number 7. So favorite books line number 7, so we just console log this two data, and if you just check, there are two books data is displayed, but we need many data. So for this, we'll again go to good readers site, and here we'll just import some other books from the best books. Okay, let me add these books. We'll add some books. So on the postman, this is the uploaded book sections, and here we'll just change these books. Then let me copy the image URL. So open image in next tag, and then define image URL, then author, due to save time, I don't just change book descriptions and book PDF, but on the real projects you should do this. But for saving time, I don't suggest change books PDF link or other things. So it's a historical fiction, so we can just define history. Okay, it's history, and then we send data. So acknowledge true, that means we get 3 books data. If you refresh, the house of Sky and Breath, the last books is added, and you can also check here. If you refresh, then we can see 3 data is inserted. We'll need other books, so that's why. Next, we will choose these books. This is on romance category, and here book lovers. The book name is book lovers. Book lovers. Writer Emily Henry. Okay, let's me back this, open in image in new tab, and we just do this. It's a repeating task, and I feel bored. But if for these projects I have to do this, then this is a romance. So let me romance, define the category romance. Okay, now send this. We will have 4 data now. Okay, fine. Then choose this book. I just choose randomly the office PFFS. Okay, fine. This is horror, so that's why this will be horror. Okay. Now we have 5 books. We will add more 3 or 4 books. So let me choose these books, Bad Boys, on these Atlas of Heart, Atlas of Hearts, then Brownie, image URL, send it. Okay. Now maybe Bad Boys, Bad Grace, image will be this URL. Stream, send it. Vampire 4, image URL, then send it. So I think we have almost 8 data, so we can just work with it now. Okay, fine. Now inside this favorite home, we'll just insert, we will just import a book card. So we'll design a book cards. This will be a shared components. That's why on I am um, designing in on components. You can just define name, another name, shared component or something. So book cards dot card dot jsx array fce. And the most interesting thing is that we just import this from here. So book cards, then close it, and here we'll pass these books. So that's why we'll pass these books, then, and more interestingly, we'll pass a headline. This headline will be best seller books. Why I'm doing this? Because I want to make these book cards as their usable components. That's why I'm doing this. And here we'll just receive the props. So that's why the props will be headlines. Just copy this text headlines and then comma these books. Okay, fine. Here let me check if data is coming properly. So that's why here let me take h2 tag, and if we define headline here and check your website, look, bestseller books is here. You can add some styling. So text 5 XL, text center, font bold, text font bold, text black, etc. Okay, fine. And my, that means margin to the y-axis equal 5. So if you check, you can see this is our bestseller books. And now we will add some class name here. So class name is my16 px4 on large device px24. Okay, that's it. So we'll have many space here as we need, and then under this is true, we'll just define cards. So cards, and here we'll take a new div. Inside this div we'll just import swiper. So for this swiper, as we are on this swiper.js, so again go to swiper.js, then demos. From these demos we'll go to responsive grids or responsive cards. So that's why from the drop down let me check responsive. So we'll choose this type of cards. That's why select React, and again it's simple. On this sandbox code we'll go to src, then app.jsx, we'll import all this to our main page. So let me place here, we don't need styles.css, so we just off it, and then we'll just copy swiper js. Okay, fine. Now paste it inside here. So if you check your website, you can see slides are here, but we don't do it this manual way. We will just do a map operations here. So that's why let me take a curly braces here. We'll map books. So we have data, then map. Inside this we'll get book our functions, then we'll just render this swiper card. Okay, we not want this now. So here key will be book dot underscore id, because if book is book we have underscore id, then book titles. Okay, then let me take a link, import link from React router dom, then true equal, for example right now this is okay. Inside this link we'll take a new div. Inside this div we will have images. Let me define images from under this book dot, and the image url was image url book dot image url. And if you check your website and see nothing, why nothing? Let me check this console. We have arrays. Okay, we have data. How we can see? Let me define class name w full is full. Then okay, let me check other thing. If we try to use only h3 tag, that means book titles. Okay, book dot, then book title. Okay, let me check if this book title is responding. Why it is not working? Maybe data is not passing properly. Check here, this is books. Div swiper, that's okay. Swiper slide. So let me console log this book first. Books, and let me close this console log. Oh, we don't send data from here, so we will firstly set books here. If we do this, then we can obviously get data. Look, our book is here, you can see. So you can just scroll books from here. Now this is working. So here we can design this. Okay, now these books, then p author name. So book dot, let me copy author name, that's fine. Then let me take a div, and inside this div let me keep it, and then another div. Then inside this div we'll define the prices. We have no prices tag, sorry for that, but for now let me define $10. So if you check, look this way, our books are presenting here. We can do styling, but let me show how we can add absolute positions. So here we can define, we can import font of some icons. So that's why let me import from React icons, import from React icons slash fs6, and here we'll use the icons fa cart topping. We'll add class name w4 as4, that means height 4, text white, and here class name busy blue 700s or 600s, hover busy black, then p2 padding to rounded. Now if you check, this is the button, but we need it as absolute positions. That's why we'll define this on relative, and now this is absolute. Then we'll define top 3 right 3, and if you check now, look, this is the card options. And here most interesting thing is that we will have to when we click any of these books will redirect to a single book. So sorry, for example, if we just check books slash an id, for example this is the id, then we don't get this. Why? Let me define, check our index.js, app.delete, app.post, upload book don't have data from a single book. So from now we have to add a new data. Let me check a little bit here. Index.js, to get single books we'll have to define a single books id. We don't have that, so that's why to get single books, to get single book data, here app.gets async functions, then close it, and here we don't define books, we'll define books to id, that means a specific id, and here inside this will const id equals request params, then const filter equals underscore id new objects id, after then const results equals isn't we have find one book, let me check, find one, so we don't have this api, so that's why we haven't get. Okay, let me define await book collections, then find one, and we will find based on filter. So based on filter When it's done, we'll just send database dot send the results. So if you refresh, now you will get a specific book data from your database. Okay, let me check if the server is running or not. So server is running. Okay, let's try again. All books here, books slash is still working, but maybe we can get sure we get the data. So get methods. Let me copy this URL. We will insert a book. Okay, we'll get this data and we can also check it from here. If you send, we can see we are getting data. We can find any books data. So let me check. Let me open a new browser, localhost 5000 slash wall books. Okay, fine. And now if you want to get this book data, just replace this ID. Will get this book. Look, this book. And for this, obviously you will get. So look, this way. So we need this specific ID. Here we a specific ID for the single books, and on this link tab, on this to the link sections, uh let me close. We not need this from the book JSX. Look, here is the link and we don't define anything here. We will do this now. We'll take a curly braces and template string. We'll just define book slash. Look, this is the ultimate way, book slash and id. So that's why we'll just take a dollar sign, then we'll define book dot underscore id. So if you hover, then you can see at the bottom left corner book slash and id if books have a selected id. So now if we just take a new specific category, for example, inside this book, let me create a single book data, sin single book dot jsx rafce, and from the routes here we'll define path will be slash book slash id, and then element will be single book. Okay, fine. Let me close. So this is simple. Now if you click any book, look, single book is rendering. Here is the idea. So for this you can just use loader data, then you can just check how it's working or not. So from the router page you can define the router here. So the router will be maybe here params, params params, then use effect, and here will be fetch data, and the page will be a template string, and here we'll copy this URL, sorry, this URL 5000 slash, then we don't need to define hard-coded ID, we'll use template string ID, so that's why params.id, params.id. And on the single book page, here we'll just define console, then underscore id equal use loaded data, loaded data. And then if you just want to show id, then you can just use underscore id. And if you check your website, look single book and id, specific id, you can just show anything. You can just show for example book titles. So book titles, okay, let me define here, let me add some margin of 28 or something, or here px4 lg px24, okay, fine. And here let me define h2 tag, and we want to render book title. And if you check now, book title, look house of this text. And now, so what if we just click these book lovers, then you can see book name book lovers, that means office bobs. So you can get any of this data dynamically. That's the power of knowing React. It's very simple. So I think you can design this single book page, you can show data, because by this way you just destructures all the single book data and can show. For example, let me show the last one. So take a comma and then book image, and if you want to just insert an image, then you can just define image URL. Look, image URL is showing. You can just add, you can just add class name to hard-coded data. For example, let me define hard-coded data will be 96 for now. Okay, fine. So single books is displaying. I hope you can do it by your own. I keep this on this stage because we have to cover lots of items. mtrov 22. Okay, now uh, I think it's okay. But this, the main problem is here we can load wall books. We want to load only few books. That's why we'll just define only. We'll do slice data dot slice method, and then define 0 to 6 or something, okay, or 8, only 8 data. So less books are loaded. We don't want to load wall books, so that's why we'll just slice and show send data to the books and then pass it to other sections. So if we have more than 8 or more books, all books will not be rendered here. We only rendered a specific book, you can just do it filters by this way. So let me change a little bit. Here, this is the favorite books. I just forget to change it. Uh, so here, this is the bestseller books. That's why I can change it to bestsellers. So that the folder name will be meaningful. So that's why best seller books. I'm sorry for that. And let me change it. When it's done, we must have to ensure this is bestseller books, and let me delete this and import this bestseller books. Okay, now still everything is okay. Maybe data is not fetching. So let me check, inspect it and check your console. So data is not available. Maybe it's for server. Let me check the console. Let me check the terminal. Okay, it's fine. And we also let me check it. All the books. Maybe if the API is okay, then we can just show data here. So firstly, we have to wait for it. It's still running. Maybe here are some errors, timeouts. So app crashed. You can just start, press Ctrl C, and then npm starts again. And look, the data is okay. We're getting the data. Uh, the API is not working. Let me refresh it. Then okay, we get the data, and now hope this will work. We can see our books. So it's not a problem actually. That's fine. Then next we have to build these sections. So let me do these sections. So for this is the favorite book sections, or you can just home banner or something. You can just name it by your own. So for me, let me click here and define. This is fab book dot jsx, and then we'll define RAFCE, create functional components, and we call it from we have to rename it as also. This will be best seller books. Yeah, update bestseller books, and obviously bestseller books is also updated. Let me make sure. Okay, okay, fine. Now we'll just import it on home under this bestseller books. So that's why favorite book, and now you can see here is the fav book. We will add styling on this fav book. We don't need this, so let me close. We don't need single books, banners, and others. So here we'll define, firstly we'll define some class here. By default, px4 lgpx24. Then we'll define margin to the y-axis 20. Okay, fine. Now inside this, we'll take a new div, and here the width will be 50%. So that's why class name on medium device w will be half of, sorry, w will be half. Inside this div, we will import an image. So img, and here let me import image from img. Import fav book from, we have already some images on this assets file, so that's why we'll just access the images. So let's look. Okay, assets slash where is our favorite books image? Maybe check assets. So this is the favorite book. Copy this and then paste it here. Now if we render this fav book here, then we can see the book is placed. Okay. uh, the name is similar, so let me define this is img, and then let me copy it. Okay, now fine, you can see these images. We'll have to resize the image a little bit. That's why class name, this will be rounded, and on medium devices w will be 10 by 12. That means 83%. After then we'll need an another div. Here we'll define class name on medium device w half, and inside this we'll take a h2 tag. Here find your favorite, then let me take a span tag, book here, then we'll add class name, text 5 pixels, font bold my 5. On medium devices w will be 3 by 4, and leading null. Okay, fine. If you check, you can see this is favorite book, and we will do it colorful. That's why here text blue 700. That's it. Now under this h2, we'll take a new div, and here lorem. That means we need some dummy text. We'll add class name. On margin bottom, we'll add 10. Text will be large. On medium devices w will be 5 by 6. Okay, now here we will just define a space x to the power x y axis to 6. So let me change x to y, and then you can see there is mask gap. And now under this p, we'll have some statics. So that's why a div, inside this div we'll need another div. Here is free 800 plus, then p book listing. So class name text 3xl, font bold, then class name text base. Okay, fine. Now here you can see the first one, we will copy it for multiple times. So we'll target the full div and copy it for 3 times. We can change the value. 50 plus register users, register users, 1200 plus PDF downloaded. Downloads. Okay, fine. If you check, you can see this will target this parent div and add class name. This will be flex, by default flex call. Then on SM, flex will be row, then justify between gap 6. All medium devices W will be 3 by 4 and MY will be 14. Okay, fine. Look, this is the styling. Now we will add flex to the all parent divs. So here this is the parent divs. We'll add flex here. So by default this is flex, by default flex call. On medium devices flex row, justify between items center gap 12. Okay, see, this is our favorite book sections, and we need to add a button here. That's why for button, under this div, the stats div, you can just comment out this is stats, company stats or something, and after then we'll take a button, or you can just take a link from import link from React router DOM, then we'll redirect it to shop page. So that's why shop page, and then close it, and inside here we'll take a button, and button hover explore more, add class name busy blue 700, text white, font semi bold, px equals 5 and py to rounded, then cover busy black, transition wall, durations 300. Now look, we'll have to add some padding to top. That's why we'll target this link and then empty 8. Then this will be a block element. Okay, now enough gap. If need, you can also increase this and 12 or something. Okay, fine. So this sections is done. Okay, here you can see their text are on the heading tag, because we don't add any z indexing. So that's why open our app.css. Here we will target header, then nav, then here we will define z indexed 100,001, and most important, that means this is most important. Now I think this problem is solved. Then if you click, then home page will be listed here. Now our next step is we will just create a uh, we'll create a promo banner. This is a promo banner, so that's why it's on the home page. That's why click home, then promo banner.jsx. So inside this promo banner.jsx, let me close it. We will import it from here. So promo without defining RAFC we cannot import, so that's why promo banner. Now here we will add class name. On margin top this will be 16, py will be 12, bg t 12 hundreds. That means the background will be similar to the top banner. Px4 on lg, that means px24. If you check, you can see this is the promo banner. Here we will just define a new div. Inside this div we'll just add a div here is to 20 national book awards for fiction shortlist. Then we will add class name, and this will be text for Excel, font bold, MB6, and bleeding nulls. Bleeding is means line height. You can see this is line height. So we add here line height 1.375. So this is national book shortlist. We'll add class name on medium devices. This will be half of the width. That's okay. Now it's fine. Then we will copy this button from the uh, fab. Let me copy this button, and just under this can use this button. Okay, link is not defined. We don't need so we need to import link from React router though, then it's okay. So explore more. There's much gap, so we don't need this. Fine. We'll make ensure this will be get promo code. Okay, fine. Now then we'll take another div, and here we'll just insert a image. So img, then let me import an image for book pick. We'll get all the images on the given repository. I will provide you a repository, so don't worry. Assets, then from this assets you can see our books. So copy this name and just now render it from src. Okay, now you can see book is here. We'll add width here. The w will be 96. So now it's okay. We will just apply flex on this parent div. So add class name flex call on medium devices. Flex row justify betweens items center gap 12. Now our banner sections is okay. I think it's okay. Then the next on is other books. We have already created a components, so that's why this is very simple. So for the other book, let me select this home tab, and here we'll just define other books dot jsx, and the other books is similar to the bestseller books, so that's why we can just copy codes from the bestseller books. So this is the bestseller books. We need this whole thing. So let me copy it and then RAFCE inside here, paste it here. Okay, now everything is okay. We will just slice it from 4, then up to 10 or 12 or something. So for now, as we have 8 data, then we can just keep 8. But if you have more data, then you can just do it. Now, just inside this home component, just render others book. Okay, use states is not defined, so as we use states here. Now use effects is also not defined, so that's why effect, refresh it, book card is not defined. I just forgot it. Okay, now it's okay. Refresh it. You can see bestseller books. We'll change here others book, other books. Now it's other books. As we have only 4 data, that's why this positions is empty. But if we have more, so for example, let me define it from 0 to 8, then these will be filled. Look, so it's depend. This is the reusable components, and then this section is done. Next, review sections. So review sections is also very simple. So we'll also use swiper.js, and for these review sections, can use any of these. Can also use these for the review sections. Okay. Let me do it. We'll create a components here. So at its home page, then review.jsx RAFCE, and here firstly add class name my12px4 on large device px14, and you must import it from here. So review. Okay, now just delete here and take a is true. It's similar to the our customer customers, and the text will be text 5 excel font bold tc text center mb10 and leading knowledge. Okay, fine. If you check, then our customers, and now we will just use this slide for this the previous slide. This is the responsive breakpoint, so that means this one responsive breakpoints. We just use these slides. Just let me show you from the beginning. Just click react, then this page will be opened, and now you can see the similar one. Okay, let me load it. We'll go to src, then app.jsx. We'll import all this. So that's why let me delete it and import it. We don't need styling, so that's why let me comment out this one, and after then, so copy the swiper code, and then inside this h1 let me take a new div and then paste the code. Okay, fine. Now check slide 1, slide 2, slide and more. So by default here we will keep everything. We'll define 30, so this will be a spacing, then one small device, the review will be 1, then 2, and here will be 3 review at a time. So look, if you refresh, then only 3 review are displayed here. Then inside this slider we'll just press enter and then take a new div. Here we'll take a new div and then we'll import some icons from font or some icons. So that's why let me import React icons, import star. We'll just import star from font React icons /fa6. So we'll import fa star. That means we just stars, and here we would like to use avatar, but before that I will show you a little bit later. But let me do it. Here we'll take second div, third div, and here we'll just take fa stars and then make it full copy. So if you check, then you can see this is the 4 stars, and we'll add class name here. Class name text amber 500. So this is yellow colors, and then flex, by default flex, then the gap will be true. If you see, then you can see the stars are here. And after this div, we'll define text. We'll take a new div, and inside this div we'll take a p tag. So this is the review, and then we'll use an avatar. So for this we have to connect it flowite. So search react flowite or this page. From here we have to click this get started. We'll use it because we can use many of these components from here. Okay, the installation process is very simple. Firstly, this task is already done. We just defined it. Then this task is also done. Now installation process. Firstly, we will have to run this command. Please copy it and then open the terminal. For this command, here we'll cd mern clients. So mern client, and then just install it under this mern client. So if it's installed, now let me close it. And here the next task is we have to include this to our uh, tailwind.config.css. So where is tailwind.config.css? JS, here is tailwind.config.js. Inside this corner we will include this node module slash and then the plugin is required. So we will just change the plugin sections. So look, this is the plugins, and we'll paste this code. That's it. And now you can try it. So if you just check the components, you can see this is the avatar. We will use avatar. So that's why let me import avatar, copy it, and then under this preview sections, under this p tag, we'll just, oh sorry, this will be on the top. And then let me copy this round shape. So this is avatar. And for the image, for avatar image, we have to import an image. Then from components slash, the image will be profile image. Let me check, it's a profile image. Okay, fine. Copy profile dot, and then paste it here. Here will be pro pic. Copy it and enter it from here. Now check your website. You can see the text is here. We'll add class name w10 and mb4. Then after then avatar, we'll take is5. This is the name of the person. Marketing, then p CEO of abc company. Then we'll add class name text lg, font medium, here text base. The paragraph tag will be margin bottom. So class name mb5. Okay, fine. Now if you check, you can see this is styling. You can also add some class name here. Class name margin 5. Okay, margin top 7. I think there's enough gaps, and now we'll copy it for multiple times. This is the first one. Okay, here let me define class name space x2 6. So not x, it's y. Fine. Now let me just delete all the slides. We'll just copy it for multiple times. We can just create a specific components. So for this, if you want, so this is 3, and then let me copy it. If you don't want to uh, copy it, then you can just make a specific component and just import it here. Look, if we need to do some styling, you can just here add some class name. This will be shadow to excel, then pg white, then py8 px4 on medium devices, m5 rounded lj, and border. So you can't see any changes, but the first one is changed. Now let me close all others. We don't need this. We'll just uh, copy it for multiple times. Okay, now you can see the styling. There is much better before that. Look. Okay, this section is done, and on these projects we have a classic footer sections. So you can improve more, but I want to focus on backend. That's why I just designed this footer and just close this part. We'll move to the uh, dashboard now. Okay, let me just from the flow byte, if you just scroll a little bit, then you can find footer. So for this footer, we would like to create a shared component or something. So that's why I'm use component here, my footer.jsx rafc, and here on this footer we can just use this type of footer. So that's why you can just copy this code from here. So let me copy this for now, then at the top add it. After then we'll just click the footer, then close, copy all text and just replace it. Now we have to insert it, but we don't want to use it on a home page because our footer is also rendered for other elements. So that's why my footer. Okay, fine. So now you can see, oh, maybe there is some errors. So let me check the console. Syntax error, doesn't provide of one elements is not available. That's why this error. Let me fix it. Look, this is not available. That's why fa treble treble. I think it's now okay. provided. What's happened? Okay, let me just delete this. We don't want it. Now uh, this section is done. You can add some space alignment here. So for example, if you add px4 on lg, then px14, then this will be work. Look, the alignment is okay. I think you will improve more, but I don't do that. So next item is we have to create our admin dashboard. You can show shop data, so it's very simple. So to fix this, look, when we just click any of this, then our styling is broken. So how you can fix this? So to fix this, an app.css we can define a div, and here we will paste it. We will define class name, min height, screen. So now if we have no content, but you can just check, there is no differences. So okay, let me define the shop page as we have everything. Just let me um const books, set books, and then use effect, sorry, use state. This will be an empty array. Then use effect, a square brackets, and here we'll just fetch our data. So fetch, and what will fetch? Will fetch wall books, so that's why wall books. Okay, take a quotation mark, and then yeah, we'll define then fetch fetch.json. Make sure you have to call it, then put data arrow set books, then data. Okay, fine. Now here class name margin top 28, then on px4 lg px24. I think it's okay. Now is true, all books are here. Class name text 5 pixel font bold text center. Okay. um in the next video I will show you how to filter any how to filter and paginations these book items, but for these projects I don't do that. I'm sorry for that, but let me face this data. So this is books dot map, then book. We will just use a card from this from this provide. So check this card, and we will use a cards, so this type of cards. So let me import this card first, import these cards, then we'll just copy it, just paste it here. If you check, then you can see this is the styling, but we'll fix it here. Add this, add class name to this div. We'll define grid by default on large device. Grid items, grid calls will be 4 on sm device. Grid calls will be true by default on medium device. Grid calls will be 3 and by default grid calls will be 1. Okay, this is great, so not fixed. Now it's okay. You can add some gap here. So gap 8. Okay, fine. We will add margin top, so that's why. Okay, let me define my 12. Okay, now we will render image and other things, but we don't use image here. This will be some issues. Then we'll just use an image here. The src will be book dot then image url, then the title will be book dot book titles. The description will goes to here. Look, we can just add some class name here to resize this image. So age will be 96 or something. Okay, now it's okay. You can just include button, top button, so that's why top now or buy now, last name pg close 700 text font semi bold, text will be white. Okay, add p white 2. This can be rounded. Okay, fine. This way you can show all books here. And now the next step, will we have to design this admin dashboard. So for this we don't need this for now. Let me close wall. So for this admin dashboard, firstly we will just define our routers. So that's why go back to routers. Wait a minute. So routers, so what is routers? We don't need these and these. Okay, close it. Now this is the routers. Here, look, this is one path. This path is for front end, and we'll just take another part here. Here, firstly we'll do define a path. Path will be slash admin slash dashboard, and then element will be, okay, let me choose and let me select this src, and then here, so dash board board, and inside this dashboard we'll create dashboard board layout dot jsx rafce dashboard layouts, and we will import this dashboard layout here. So when someone click here, then this dashboard layout will be implemented. We'll just use private routing for that, but before, let me design this first, then the authentication system will be implemented later. So now this is the dashboards, and here we'll define some children. So children square brackets, and here firstly will let me define first child. Here path will be the same path, will be same path. Then element will be dashboard. So select dashboard, and here we will need dashboard dot jsx rafc. This will be dashboard, the second one. Okay, fine. Why we did this? Look, this is the same path because we'll add private routing here. So that's why I'm doing this. Let me define others. The next one will be path. Then we'll just copy this, then paste it here, and after then for upload we'll just define a path upload. So we'll set a route for the upload books, and here element will be upload books. Select this dashboard, create upload book .jsx rafce, then upload book. Okay, let me check it. So here if you just visit admin dashboard slash upload book, then look, the admin dashboard is rendered, but this is not rendered because this is the child element. We don't set layout similar to the app.jsx, so we don't define any outlet. So that's why go to the here and let's define a outlet here. Outlet. So if you now refresh it, then you can see upload book. This is the upload book page, and if you do other pages, okay, let me do it. So router, then you can just copy this to, will define manage. So this will be manage books. We'll create a under component for manage books dot jsx rafce. Then instead of upload book will be manage books. So now if you change the URL path to manage, then you can see manage books. So this way this will be work. And lastly for edit books, so for edit books, edit books dot jsx arrayfc edit books component, and will define edit books slash, we'll just target a specific books. That's why we defined an id here, because we don't want all want to edit all books at a time. That's why we'll just um select this way, specific books, edit books, then a specific id. And then here we will just use a loader, so not lo loader, and then params params. So similar this way, if you check, we just target a specific book here using this way. We'll just can copy this, can just copy this and just change this one, because using a specific id we just target a specific books. Okay, fine. So these sections is okay. If you visits any of these, edit books slash an id, then you can see edit books. So now let's create a sidebar. So similar like this, you can just check follow bytes, follow bytes react component. And here if you scroll a little bit, then you can see sidebar. We need a sidebar like similar this sidebar. And just I am using this because for this we can use components from here. So that's why under this, let me close these dashboards. Then we need a sidebar.jsx. So RAFC. And now at the let me close all this app upload book dashboard, but we keep it. And under this layout we'll just define sidebar.jsx. So look, edit book, and this will be sidebar. We don't define anything. Dashboards, here is something. um Sidebar, let me define class name flex, then cap 4, then flex qual, and on medium devices flex pro. Okay, now if you see, this is dashboards and here is the sidebar. So okay, let me change this name for a better thing. So this is B, and also sidebar element. Okay, we inserted sidebar from the term, that's why. Okay, sidebar, then these are dashboards. So if you just go to manage, then you can see sidebar manage books. If you just go to upload, then you can see sidebar upload book. So this is working. Now we'll copy this sidebar. So for this, firstly we'll have to import this. So go to the sidebar. Okay, so this is the sidebar. Then just keep it here, and then we'll just copy this code. May refresh it. We'll just use this one. So expand it, then just mark it and go to this all, copy all, and then just replace it. So if you now check, you can see view is not defined. So why? Where is the error? B. Let me check. This is BI. Okay, copy it. Control F. Then this one. Where is BOI? Oh, this one. Okay, let me define it from others, as it's using front awesome and hero icons. Assign means hero icons. Okay, this helps. Then that means SUPP high subapproach. Okay, fine. Refresh it. Now this dashboard is here. You can just see it. But now we will have to change something. We'll just take we'll just want to just keep a logo or profile pictures here. So that's why I'm going to use sidebar logo. So this one is with this one we have not sidebar logo. That's why go back. This is okay, this one we have sidebar logo. You can copy from others, so that's why just copy these logo items, and now at the top sidebar items. So at the top of the sidebar items, just paste it here. So if you check, then you can see provide will render image here. So firstly let me use a hard-coded image for now, mg, but we will use dynamic image when we just implement our backends, sorry, our integrations. That's why let me use this for now, this image for now, but we'll just do it dynamically a little bit later. So copy it and then use it here. So if you check, then you can see we'll also change this text and later. Okay, but I think let's do it. Let's integrate our server, our Firebase now. Then we can change it. Or what do you want? Do you want to just complete this task, then start integrating Firebase authentications? Okay, if you can, then you can do. Okay, well, I think we will do it a little bit later. So here, this first one is dashboard. So dashboard we have on router. So for the dashboards, let me close the first one. For the dashboards, we have admin dashboard. So copy this, and on the sidebar we'll have asterisk here. So we'll define admin dashboard. This will be dashboard, then upload books, load book, and the upload book URL was copied, and don't need this here. We'll just change this is the upload book. Okay, fine. Look, if we click, then upload books. If we click dashboard, then dashboard rendering. And then next one is, oh wow, we can change this. So ASI outline cloud upload. Okay, fine. Now it's meaningful. Then manage books. This is manage books, and here ASI inbox is okay for manage books, similar like this. Then the URL will be this URL, then manage books users is okay, we don't need to change. Let me define slash login here, slash login here, and sign out. After then log out or sign out, log out. Here the path will be log out. Okay, fine. So now if we click dashboard, then dashboard is here. If we click upload, then upload is here. If we click manage books, then manage books is here. We have to design these components now. So let me design this upload books first. So for this upload books j6, so close it. Then from the dashboard upload books, here we'll design this. Firstly, let me define class name px4 and then my12, and here inside this we'll take h2 tag and make sure upload a book. We'll define class name mph text 3xl font bold. Okay, fine. Check upload book. And then we'll define a form. We don't need to define actions. So inside this form, we'll add class name text on lg. W will be hard coded. We just define a width here, 80 pixels. Then this will be flex, then flex warp gap 4. Okay, fine. First row, we'll take a new div. Inside this div, we'll add class name flex gap 8, and here we'll take a div. This will be class name mb2, then block. This will be block. So here we let me define book name. Take another div and inside here this is okay. Here we will define on large device w will be half. Inside this we will take a level. Level HTML for book title, value will be book title. Look, if you check you can see nothing. Then under this div, okay, why nothing? Because we don't use thing. We'll just use thing from here. Let me go to form. Yeah, we will just import form like this. We can just copy this. I forget to do that. Okay, let me copy this. This will be convenient to create the form. Okay, fine. If you check, then you can see, okay, label is not defined. We have to copy the imported thing. This will be easier. Okay, fine. Now we will style this. So for this, here this is form, the first one. Let me define flex. Then on LG device, W will be on LG. W will be hard-coded data and it will be 1180 pixels. Then flex call flex warp gap 4. Okay, if you check you can see this on, but now we don't need all this. We don't need all this. We just need the first one. Here we will add a label for class name. Will define on LG W will be half. Okay, now it's half. A label for book title. You can see you can use this data. So book title. So label for book title, ID for book title, type for book title, and we also need define name. Name will be book title. And here we'll define book title. That's it. So if you check this book title and we will place it this book name. Okay, now you can see, you can just type a book name here. Required book title of this type is text type. Okay, fine. So first one is done. We'll just cut it and then take a new div. We'll define flex, then cap 8. Inside here we'll paste it. Now we can see book title, and if we copy this row and another, then you can see book title, book title. So for the second row we'll use author name. So this will be, this one is second, so this will be author name. Author name, uh, author name. Make sure you just add id and name carefully based on your data author name, otherwise I will get error when you submit your books. So this is author name. The first one is this way. Then we'll also copy this. This is for first row. Then we'll just make a copy. Then this will be second row. Okay, fine. We'll just change it to book URL. So image URL or book image. The first one will be HTML is for book URL, ID is for book URL, name is for book URL. Then here book image, image URL. This will be book image URL. Okay, fine. Book image URL, and then this will be category. Select category. The second one is category. So here is, this is interesting part. So let me copy, or let me do this category. We'll just do it with a specific way. So that's why let me just this, we don't need this, we don't need this. Okay, instead of doing this, we'll just create arrayn objects for this category, and we'll just render it from there. Okay, const book categories, then an array of objects. The first one will be fiction, then non-fiction, then mystery, then programming, then science fiction, fantasy, so horror, then bibliography, then autobiographic, then history, then self health, memoir, business, business books, and you can define more. So let me define children. Says I G E says I L D drain books, children for children books, and travel, re, li, religion, religion, art, art and design. Okay, I think this category is a large category. You can include other categories, no problem. Then we'll define const. Use state effects here. Select selected book category. Then set selected book categories. Then use state. Will define book categories. The first one, that means we just uh, uh square notations, bracket notations when a book category is zero indexing, that means fictions. By default the book category will be selected fictions, but you can use drop down. And now const tail change selected values. This will be a functions, will just receive events event, and now we'll include clg console log event dot target dot value, then set selected books category, then this one. Okay, fine, we don't need this, we are just for testing purpose. Okay, fine. Now look, it's not changing, we have no categories here, but the book categories, the first two elements will be same. This will be same, this will be and book URL will define in put straight, then value book category. Okay, book category. Then under this div we'll just take a select tag, so select from follow by it, we'll just close it. Then our ID will be input state, copy this and then paste it here. Then Name will be category name. You can just check this name. Oh, okay. Let any type of name. Category name. Class name will be W full rounded. Then value will be selected book categories, and after then on change will be this on. Okay. Handle change value, handle change value. Okay, fine. Look, nothing is shown here because we don't define any options here, so that's why we'll just uh, map these book categories dot map. Then here we define option, then option will define option. Here k is option, then value is option. Okay, now if you check, by default it's fiction. And now if you want to check, we don't need this first row, we don't need this. And now if you just select it, then if you just um, define this way and just check your consoles, let me refresh it and suppose choose anyone. You can see mystery, now fantasy, now bibliography, and you can change anytime and it's really changed. So these two sections is done, and now let me close this second row. This is the second row, and then we will need to add book descriptions. So that's why book descriptions, you can copy from this div, input field div. Okay, fine. Div input field div. So if you now check, you can see it's full width. You can change this to HTML4 book descriptions. HTML for book descriptions, IDs for book descriptions, type is for text, name is for book descriptions. Okay, this will be book descriptions. So this will be a simple text, but we need text area. So if you just scroll a little bit, you can just define text area. Where is the text area? So look, this is the text area. So you can just copy this text area, let me fix it. We can just add this id and change it. We don't need this now. So if you check, our text array is not imported, so that's why the error. Now it's okay. Okay, you can just increase the row number of rows. You can 5 or 6 based on needed. You can scroll if need more. So book descriptions here. Write your book description. Okay, fine. 6. Let me define a class name. Tableau full by default. Okay, fine. So the next option is we have to upload the PDF link. So that's why. So book PDF link. So for this book PDF link, we can just copy this book description, copy any of these, or let me just copy it from here at the top. We'll define this is book PDF URL. PDF URL, ID is book PDF, placeholder, book PDF URL, then text it's required, and we will have to add name, book PDF URL. Okay, fine. So at the end, we need a button. The button will be submit type. So div. Okay, we don't need div. We need a button. The button will just use this button. Look, this button. So for this is the button. Copy it and paste it here. We'll just define upload book. Class name margin top 5. Okay, fine. But let's do functionality. Firstly, we'll have to set a one submit here. So on submit, so as it's a form, we'll just write code here, handle book submission const handle book submit, then this will be event, so that's why, and we'll call this from here. So let me close clg, or let firstly event.prevent.defaults, then const from equal event dot target, then const. Okay, here it's important. So firstly, book title. Book title equals from dot book title dot hello. Let me just CLG for now. So this is book title. Here let me define anything ABC fictions ABC, and then let me inspect it to check if the form is working or not. If you just click book one is from the book title, so it's working. Then const author name from the author name dot value const image URL from dot image URL dot value const. Look how easy it is to just captures the category equal to book category name dot value. Let me ensure it's okay. So where is the book category? So this is the book category. Name is book descriptions. Oh, okay, it's not book description, this is book category. So here name is category name. So you must have to ensure this category name const last one last na it's fourth on book description equal to from dot book descriptions dot value const pdf url equals from dot pdf equals dot value, and now we'll define an object. So that's why const can define book object object, then we'll just pass all this comma author name, then image URL, then category, then book descriptions, then pdf URL. Okay, now let me check CLG. This is book object. Okay, fine. Now here everything is okay. We just input these tabs, and if you just hit this, then you can see here is the data. Author name A, book description A, book URL was A, then book title, category, book URL is 1. So I go to every data 1 2 3 4 5 6. So here I need 1 2 3 4 5 6, and make sure these fields are used properly. So make sure this name, title name, author name, image name are really okay. If you just mistake, if you do any mistake, then this will be, so you will be suffer. Okay, if we get catch the data, then the next method is we'll send data to database. So send data to db. So that's why we'll use fetch, and here uh what was our uploaded section. So we will check our postman API. So to upload books, the URL was this one. So upload books, and here we'll just hit this API, and then similarly let me type then res dot json. It will be call, and then data will be clg data. Okay, you can just show an alert for this. You can alert book uploaded successfully. Okay, fine. You can just show an alert. So now here we'll just define something. We'll define a curly braces, then we'll define methods. To post something we'll use post method. So post method, then a comma, then we'll define, look, this is very important. If you mistake here, you can't post your data to the server. Here headers will be defined content typed, then application.jsons, because our data will be sent by JSON format, that's why application.jsons. And after then there will be body will be JSON dot stringify, then book objects. So make sure you pass this book objects. Okay, that's it. So let's check if it's work or not. So let me define a new books, and we'll upload a books. For example, let me upload a art books. Okay, close it. So for example, choose this one. This is book titles, then author name, then the image is true shorts. Okay, let me choose another books. This image is not okay. From here let me select this best books, and can choose any of these books. Okay, this one. Book name, this is the book name, then author's name, then book image url, then category, this is a mystery or something, thrillers. Okay, let me define any of these, romance, fictions, or type. Okay, let me define its non-fictions. So for example, it's non-fictions, then copy some text from here, paste it here, then the book URL. Okay, book URL, I just copied it. Now hit this button, upload book. Can see nothing, but here now book upload successfully. Okay, fine. Now let's check our database. Here by default 8 data are here. If we refresh, you can see now this 9 data. So maybe our book is listed here. Look, this is the final gambit. So our book was final gambit, and you can also check it here. So if you just scroll a little bit, you can see final gambit. So we can upload books from the inventory systems. Look, this is everything is okay. So this is the image. You can just go to the book page to buy this book. Look, specifically you can go. So upload books is okay. You can upload any books by this way. You just have to go to this and then just can do it. You can also just refresh the form. You can just here refresh the books form. So form dot preset and call it. Okay, let me try it again. So gambit true chini. Okay, fine. Hit this successfully. Okay, look, the data is now empty. When the book is uploaded, this data will be empty. And now if you check, then you can see the book is uploaded successfully again. So now it's 10th. There was 9 and now added new on gambit show. So it's very simple. If you understand the basics, then it's okay. Then now we'll just design this manage book sections. So for this manage books, okay, fine. So close it. Our task is done. Then manage books. Okay. Firstly here, add class name px4 my12. Then from the upload books, let me copy the first text. So this is our first text. Manage your books. Okay. Then look, we will add tables. So that's why we'll use tables from Flowbyte React. So if you just see these tables, you can just choose any of these type of tables. So first one is okay for me. You can just copy the first line, then import it. After then, can just copy the table sections. Fine, that's it. Then let me mark table for book data and share. Okay, look, this is the table. And now if we define a height for this table, here we will add class name. Then on large device, w will be 180 pixels. So now you can see table is here. We can add a table head for this. Okay, let me copy it and then number here no, and here we also need numbering. So this is 01. Okay, fine. So if it's okay here, now we'll just gauge all the books data. So that's why const then all books, then set wall all books. This will be use straight, and this will be empty area. That's fine. Then use effect, anonymous function here. Then to get all books, we'll fetch data. So for getting all books, just copy this and then paste it here. And then phrase equal phrase.json dot then data equals set all books then data. Okay, fine. Now from here on next task is next task is let me edit this for the first one. First one is non, then book name, then author name, then category, okay, then prices, then edit or manage. Okay, non books names, and everything is okay. The last one is how I edit. Oh, it may be disabled, so that's why it's not showing. Okay, yes only. Let me delete this class name. Okay, it's a remove. Now we have to phase data, so that's why I have to phase data here. Okay, let me do map operations. Okay, not here. Here let me do map operations. While books dot map dot book, then index arrow functions, then we'll just take this and pass a key proofs. Here will be book dot underscore id, and then we'll copy a table row and paste it inside here. Okay, we don't need other table row. Let me delete this. So now if you check, you can see hard coded data is presented here. Okay, so let me edit this table row for now. So for the first one is indexed plus 1. So numbering is okay. We have 10 data on database. Look, we have 10 data, and the book 10 data is here. You can change the books. So the first one is book name. Here we'll render book dot book titles, then author name. Second one is author name, That's why book dot author name, then categories. So book dot category. If you have prices, then you can also include, but we don't have prices, so that's why we have to keep it hard-coded data. And now this is the last one is very interesting. Table cell, here we will edit it. Okay, let me import link from React Router DOM, and then instead of hr we'll just set a link tag. And to ensure edit, we'll just pass keyprops. So from the router, look, this is the admin dashboards. So for this edit boost, so that's why we'll just send it here, admin dashboard slash here. And as we will use template strings, a template string, and here will be dynamic data. So book dot underscore id. Okay, fine. What happened it? So link is not there, that's why is happened it. So if you click here, look, single book data is presented here. So this is the book id, and then the second one, don't need this p tag actually, and just directly do this. Okay, takes the time based on the internet, so it takes a few time to fetch, and when it's done, then we will need to add a button here. So button here, this button is delete button. Okay, now let me add class name here. The class name will be pg freight 600 px4 py1 font semi boards, then text white, rounded sm, hover pg sky blue 600. Okay, now check. Here we'll add class name mr5. Now must gaps here, must gap here. So we'll delete any selected books from here. So for this, let me define a on click methods. So on click method, and here, so for this on click method handle delete, so this will be arrow functions here, then is ng tele handle delete, and here we'll pass based on book dot underscore id. So just copy it, then at the top let me close it, we don't need this here. So to delete item, delete books, So to delete a books, firstly we will have to define this const handle delete. Then we'll do it based on ID. So that's why arrow function, then clg. Let me define, let me see the ID. Okay, fine. So just inspect it, and now close it. If you hit this, then this is the id, this is the another id, this is the another id, this is the another id. So we can select individual id. So now for this deleting method, so we'll fetch data, and what we'll put here. So look, we'll use template string, and what the url will be. So if you just remember, you can see uh, the delete method. So this is the delete method. Look, this is the delete method. So we'll just copy this url, and here we just use a dynamic id. The id will be this id, and then simply this way we'll see data. Then here will show an alert. The alert will be book is deleted successfully. Okay, fine. Now we have to define the methods. So delete methods. That's why here we'll take a curly braces, and now we'll define method delete. Our task is done. And you can just define here alert system, and after then you can just search for books, then data. Okay, fine. Now let's check. We want to delete this. We want to delete this duplicate one. So let me check. If I just, we have 10 datas, and if you just hit this, then this says that book is deleted successfully. And if we click, then unexpected error, not map, and okay, maybe for this one. Okay, now let's check again. If you want to delete this one, okay, now refresh. Now we have 8 data. So if you have more data, okay, let me just um so book manage system is okay. Now how to edit a book. So if you click, then this is edit books section. It's very simple. So go to edit books, and now it's similar to the upload books. So you can just copy everything from here. go to edit books, and here firstly we'll just const define id, then use params, okay, fine. Now we will destructures all the data, so maybe we'll destructure all the data from by using use loader. So why we use loader? Look here, we just loaded data, so we'll just define use loader data and destructures book titles, author name, then image URL, then categories, then book descriptions, then PDF URL. Okay, fine. Now the items is similar uh, to this upload book section, so let me upload these books. Here we'll copy everything, so let me copy from here. We just copy everything from here, so let me control C copy and then paste it here. Okay, check everything. Under this we'll just delete and then paste it here. Okay, fine. We'll have to import some thing, so that's why we'll let me import this, the edit book sections. Fine. Now let's check. If we hit this, then user state is not defined. Okay, now this will be update the book data. Okay, fine. Update the book data. Okay, fine. Instead of this is handle submit, book submit, handle of date. Let me change it, handle update, and we'll change this, so we don't need this. Everything is okay. So by default this is empty, we have to just pass uh, data here. So this is, we'll add default text instead of placeholder, we'll add default text. So this is book title, so default value will be book title. Now see, tomorrow is here. You can delete it, or if you refresh, then tomorrow. Then this one is author name, update value, default value, author name. The last one is default value, image URL. Okay, we don't need this default value. By default it will You have to select the categories, then book descriptions, default value, book descriptions, then default value, default value, book PDF URL. So everything is listed properly. So category, we don't need to define that. Look, so if you choose any of this book name is here, writer is here, you can just change anything. And then instead of upload book, it will be update. It will be update book. Okay, now what's happened next? So here is our task. We don't need to console log it. Update book data. So that's why first we will fetch and then we'll just target a specific book. So if you can remember here, look, this is patch, and on our database, if you check, so for update a book, you delete book, and this is the patch system. So this way we can just select a specific book slash this id. Okay, we just select a specific book, and now we'll just copy this URL. On edit book sections, we'll just use template string and then paste it here. We just need to define an id here. The id will be this id. Look, I've already defined this id. Define this id, and okay, this is the similar. Let me copy it. Copy it. Okay, upload it. This is book is updated successfully. Okay, fine. Now here we'll just take a objects, and here method will be patch. As you can see, this is patch method. So PAT can just copy from the index.trace. So this is patch. PATCH patch. Then headers will be content type JSON. Then body will be JSON dot stringified. Then okay, let me change it. Update book objects, update book objects. So now we'll pass this from here. Okay, fine. So this is done. Then we don't need to reset this page. Okay, now let's check. From here we'll choose any of this book. For example, let me edit these books. Okay. Oh shit, we deleted this unwantedly. So now let me edit this book. So hit this on. So this is the back to, then name presents true. We just add more text here, we don't need to anything, we just define it mystery. So remember true, then it's mystery, and then now hit this upload book. So the book is uploaded, and if you just refresh all books, then you can see Carlos Soto is back to, and this is okay, and the category is mystery, and the text are here, so you can update any books. uh, and finally, on our websites, the database will be very simple. I just choose uh, React Tailwind dashboard. So I choose a database from internet, so that's just for sampling. You can I think I don't show these sections, but now let me show how to integrate authentication system. So for this, from the let me define authentication systems. Now this is the another main part. So for this authentication system, we'll define, we'll go to Firebase. So we'll use Firebase for this. So click here. So if you don't have accounts, just log in using your Gmail account. Then from here, just click this get started. Firstly, we'll have to add projects. So let me add projects. This is Mern book inventory. Then just click this continue, and we don't need this to enable analytics for now. Just next, hit here. It takes a few seconds to create a project for you. Okay, now click this continuous. So when you click, then you can see book inventory. And now look, if you click here, you have to define, you have to register. So Mern book, then this is inventory system is system. Okay, fine. We don't need to set up hosting right now. but just register now. We'll just show you how to Firebase hosting later. So here, firstly, we have to install Firebase. So copy this code and now from open your terminal. Then this is okay, as this is a client side. Make sure you're on the client side. Then paste npm install Firebase. Okay, fine. Then we'll copy this code to our Firebase to a folder. So that's why let me define a file first. So Firebase, and inside this Firebase we'll just type firebase.config.js. So Firebase, let me select Firebase, and here firebase.config.js. Okay, fine. Now we'll copy this and then paste it here. Then we'll export default app so that we can use app from others. We can keep these keys on .env folders so that our security can be ensured. So that's why you can use env.local. So this way, okay, let me just show .env.local. You can just read these documentations how you can just use. Oh, it's the next JS, so we don't need this. So byte.js, here you can protect your passwords using this way. Okay, but I don't do it on these projects. Then continue to the console. So if it's okay, then from the build just click authentications, and from here just click get started. Will ensure login method, so that's why add a new providers. Will ensure email authentications, save it, and Gmail authentications. And if you need others, then you can choose any of these. So let me ensure Gmail authentications. It's very simple. Okay, conflict your email here, then save it. Then that's okay. Now here we will just create another folder for context txt, and at this context we'll just define auth provider.jsx. Why I'm doing this? Because I want to ensure the private routing system. So that's why RAFCE, and then here we'll just type const what context, and then input create context, then const AUT is what equal get what, then here app, input app from Firebase dot 6. So here to import, then Then here at this auth provider, we'll define const, then user, then set user equal use states. By default, this will be null because we don't have any users now. Okay. Now we'll define const loading set loading, then use stretch true. Okay, fine. Then const. So if you want to create a users, so let me export this on. Then if you want to create an users using email and passwords, so look, click here, go to docs, and from here if you build authentication systems, so let me click this authentication systems, and from here look, click this wave and get started. So get started. Then look, first one is, so if you want to just create a new sign off, then create users using is so this way, so just follow me. Create users equal, then we'll take email and passwords, then we'll just return this one. Let me create users. So why it's not working? Okay, let me just define auth context dot provider. Then here let me children says id children, and then value will be what info, and here const what info equals, then create users. Okay, just wait a minute. Set loading equals true. Now let me do a one thing. Go to main.jsx, So here, where is main.j6? Main.j6. Here, just cut this, and then we'll define path provider. Inside here, just pass this. Okay, fine. Now path provider. Here will receive children. Then now return create user. So why this is not imported? Maybe is app is imported. Initialize. We have to check it properly. Let me check Firebase again. We initialize it, we conflict, everything is okay. Config firebase dot config.js. Okay, app is exported. Why it's not working? So maybe is get what is defined. Create context. Yeah. So app config. Okay, that's fine. Then auth create context. Okay, let me try other thing. Honest sign off with Gmail. Then return. Okay, sign up. So sign in with. Is there any problem to is Firebase is imported properly? why we can't just get something. So if you just type create similar like this, so create email passwords, you haven't get suggestions. So why? Because this one we have to improve these lines. So I forget to just import this on. Then let me just define. So now get what. Okay, get what. Now if you just type create users, then you can just see passwords. And now, okay, let me comment this now. We'll just implement it this way. We'll return what passwords. So we'll return this. Returns email passwords and what. Okay, fine. And we'll just pass it from here. So if we create a new page, so for this sign up page or something, okay, let's do create a sign up page. So under this components here we'll sign up.jsx, and on the route page, let me close this, and here we'll just define path will be sign up page, and then oh shit, it's not curly braces, remains will be, this will be RAFC, this will be sign up. Okay, now from your websites, if you just go to sign slash up page, look sign up page, this is sign up page, and at the sign up page, firstly let me create a form. So here at sign up page we'll define last name, then main height screen, then busy gray 100, then py equals 6, then plex text call, then justify center on SM devices, this will be py 12. Okay, fine. Then there will be div, this will be class name relative, then py3 on SM devices, max w will be excel, then on mx, on SM mx will be auto. Okay, fine. Now take a div. Okay, I just try to copy any components from Firebase, or just sign up from using Tailwind CSS. Okay, let me check any from is there. From friends we can get lots of from here. Let me choose any of this from. Okay, this is pretty okay. We can just copy this code, show this code, and we can use this. This is convenient to use tags. So let me close these components, and now if you just check, this is the page. If here we will just sign up form, then you can just autofill off, we can just delete it, then we can just placeholder transparency. We don't need to define playfill, don't need to define playfill. So delete this, and then placeholder transparent to completing off. Okay, fine. So if you check, this is our form. We can just add some classes, just define p, if you have an account, please, then uh, link define to slash login page, login, then here. Okay, fine. Here the class name is text blue 700, then underline. Okay, now it's okay. Sign up from here. Instead of submit, we can just, you can see, sign up. And instead of this is a form, we can just make sure it's a form. You can just make sure it's a form. Look, now we'll just define a const handle sign up equals, then we'll catch event, then arrow functions here, event dot prevent default, the first one is, then we'll target const from equal event dot target, then const email equal from dot email field. So let me check, the name is decided, so this is email dot value, and then const passwords. Okay, now let me check clg email and passwords. Okay, handle sign off, we'll pass it here. So on submit, handle sign off. Okay, now let's check, inspect it. Now Here type a email, then a passwords, then hit this sign up. Okay, you can get this. So at this button is not okay, you can just define 4, then 2, or you can just define 6. Acha, that's okay. Now our task is here first we will have to const, then this will be from use context, then we'll just get, we'll pass to auth context. So now as we're working on create users, so here look, our first one is this auth context and first one is create users. So that's why we destructures create users. So here we'll just create users, we'll call it, and then we'll define this email and password, then follow these steps, then just copy this and paste it here. Here we'll just define a user states here to capture the error and show on UI. That's why error set error equal use states, then empty string, then set your error will be error message. Okay, fine. Now let's see we can log in or not. So here let me close again, then moon passwords 12345 okay, then if I just hit this sign up, okay, I don't send anything here on this user sections. Look, sign in successfully. You can just show an alert or just sign up successfully, or you can also show we can also replace the link URL. So for this you can just const locations, then use locations, choose locations, then const navigate equals use navigate. Const from equal location dot state, then যদি থাকে then from if r when from, then if else exist, then path name, otherwise redirect to slash. Hmm, here you can just replace 8, navigate. So here from comma replace row. Okay, replace row. So this way you can just register a new clients. Let me delete again and try it again. So there's means class name, maybe there's unwanted class name. Oh, here it's class name, obviously. There may be some others. Okay, let me search, then let me replace class name, replace wall. Okay, I think the errors will gone now. So moon, then 1 2, if you just hit, look, bad request. And if you refresh, then not, they adds bad request. So let me 1 2 3 4 5 6. Now sign up successfully and it's redirected to home. So you can see the home is redirected. So some data is faced. It's because we sign up, we just maybe check your home routes. Maybe you can just console log from anywhere. Books. So we maybe console log set books. It's not console logged, but where is the console log? So let me check. 7 data. So maybe it's, is it from home? I shop page. Single books we don't have here. So console log books. Okay, book cards. Check. we just okay, done. Now our user is available. You can just show profile if you want to show it on your neighbor. So let me just show you. So here if you want to show users, then you can do it. For example, let me show users here. Okay, if we pass our context, so here we have users. So if you just pass users here and then at the neighbor here const use context, then out context, here we just users, then clg user. So look, null is defined. Member is null. Okay, we'll just state this. Arrow functions here, then const unsubscribe, manage users, click the manage users. So if you have users, then you can just manage users. So unsubscribe equal state change, and here we'll just define auth and then current users. So current users, then console log current users. So now if you check, you can see the current users is from these auth providers, line number 24. That's why we have a users named this email is moon.com. So now set users, will just define set users equal current users. Okay, now you can say, see, this is rendered from nav.jsx 13 number line. Okay, that's it. And then set loading, we defined false. After then we'll just return returned unsubscribe. Okay, fine. Now we don't need to console log it. So you can show emails here. So for example, I want to show that you can just, if the users have name, you can show it. So let me show the user's name here. If user, যদি user থাকে, can do something, user voice, you can do something. So you can show okay, if users available, users dot, then here email. If users, then you can show email. Okay, now we can see you can, if the image or something is available, then you can show. But what if we delete the users, then if you refresh, look, that's gone. So when the user is available, you can show this way. Now if it's okay, then we can work with private routing. So for private routing, here you can also implement social logins. Also you can implement it. You can also implement social login, so that's why. So let me close here, close this on sign up page. Okay, now let me close this form, then let me define a acer. So then here under there, let me take a new div. Inside this div, let me take a button. So this button will be log in with Google. Okay, now we would like to use an image src, import Google logo from assets slash Google logo, check class name w12 is 12 inline block, and button class will be block. Okay, fine. Let me add some class name, flex w full items center, flex call, then mtop 5 cap 3. Okay, fine. So we'll add a on click methods. So handle register. So here at the end, under this sign off using Google accounts, const handle registers. Okay, now what we will do, so from the Firebase documentations, so if you want to sign up with Gmail, then hit this one. And then look, we have to import Google providers, so that's why. Okay, let me copy this, and on the wall providers, here we'll define Google provider and then import Google providers. So Google providers is imported here, and now here I just write some code here. Let me delete it again and write const const login equal, then the process is will receive, we will use sign up with pop-up, and we'll just need provider what and provider. So login with Google, then you don't need anything. Set loading will be true, and then return will be sign in with pop up, sign in with pop up, and here we'll just pass auth and provider. So that's why auth, copy auth, and here we'll just define Google provider, and now pass this on this auth informations. Okay, that's fine. Login with Google, and now at the sign up page we'll just firstly extract this one, and now this is the handle. Here we'll just call, and then here look, then results and others. You can just read this if you want, but let me show it shortly. Then results, const user equal to results, then we just navigate it from replace. We can set alert, obviously, and lastly we can catch errors, Okay, fine. Now Let's test. So for example, if you just check, we have no users, and now we will just click here. It's pop up, and now if you choose your Gmail account, then you can see login successfully from this Gmail accounts. So it's working now. Our task is will define protected routing, or that means private routing. So for private routing, we'll just create a folder. So private route, and then inside this folder we'll create private route dot jsx. Okay, fine. RAFCE. Here we'll just pass children's, TRAN, says ILTRAN, children. Then we'll just define something from use context. We'll call what context inside here, auth context. Then we will just check user. So users, check users. Then we also check loading. So loading, let me pass loading here. Loading, that's okay. Const low location equal to use locations. Now if loading, then return something, return a div, will class name text center, and from our full byte React components, we'll just choose a spinner for spinner or something, this type of spinner. We want something at center, so that's why. So you can choose this one, spinner. Just replace this one, just format it now. Okay, fine. Then if user যদি user থাকে, then return children. Then return equals here navigate, then true equals / login. Okay, at the router piece, let me add path for login. Path will be login, then element will be login.jsx RAFCE login components. So private routers will go to login and then we'll set a state. The state will be from locations. So these locations, and then replace. Okay, look, and then from the router space, let me open this admin dashboards, and here we will use private routing. So that's why let me just copy it, cut it, private routers, then define it. Okay, so from the page if you click, you can load dashboards because we have an users, but let me delete these users. And now spinner is not defined. Okay, spinner is now defined. So look, if you click, then you redirect to login page. You cannot access your admin dashboards because you don't have any users. But if you just sign off using Gmail accounts or other accounts, you can access to the home page. Look, now you can go to your dashboards. Without login you can't. So lastly, let's design our login page. So for this it's similar like uh, this one. Our login page similar like this one. We'll just copy this, then we need to copy this, instead of create users, instead of create users we'll just handle log in. We'll pass it from here, handle login, and instead of create users, we can use login users. So here look, this login with also login users. So for this login users you can just password authentications, click password authentications, and now you can just create users, then sign in with users. So let me define const login, then we'll need email passwords, then here we'll return auth passwords and everything. sign in with email passwords and strict const. Okay, now you can obviously set loading true. Now we'll pass this login here, login, and at this login page we instead of create users we just teach a structured login, and here we just call login and we'll pass email passwords. Then okay, fine, credentials, alert, login successful. Then you can just navigate it from true, make sure. Okay, fine. So if you click login, then login place, and here let me change it. If you haven't an account, please sign up, and here you say sign up. Okay, sign off. So now let me delete again. So if we have an users, let me delete it. Okay, that's fine. Now go back to the root URL, try to access to the admin dashboards. So it says you have to log in, but we don't have any users, so we can sign up. So for sign up we can just use this email and then define a passwords 23456 and then sign up. So sign up is successful. Now you are redirected to here, so you can now go to your admin dashboards, can upload books, manage books, and do anything. So here let me define a log out. So for log out, so for so let me add a logout page. CS6 array fce on routers with just path logout, then elements be logouts, logout. Okay, on the sidebar. So where is the sidebar? Sidebar. Let me define this is logout page. Click logout and this is logout. Here we just add a button. Class name is screen, then busy, trail 100, flex, items center, justify center. We'll just cut this, then a button, sign out, logout. So if you check it's logout, let me define some class name, busy, red, px 4 py 2 8 text void rounded. Okay, fine. So to just let me just add f one click until log out. Here const logout equals. Okay, but before that we need to define logout sign out. So for sign out, okay, this is we can't use sign out properly. Maybe we can use log out, then const log out and return out. Okay, pass this from here. Now add there const equal use context auth context. Here we'll just copy logout logout equals alert out successfully. Then we can also redirect it, so that's why let me define this locations navigates, then replace true, replace true. Okay, fine. Now let's try. So we have accounts. Now you can see we have an accounts. Now if we click logouts, then this page will here. If you click, then logout successful, then click, it's now logout. And if you click here, first it says you have to log in. Okay, yeah, maybe here login from, log in from. Okay, so now it's login from. But if you don't have accounts, then you can go sign up from package, and here we have to log in these accounts. Okay, let me show a magic thing. If you get error, then let me check here under this field. If error, then if there is error, so email okay, let me define a p tag, and here if error, so set error. If error, you can find if error, then email or password is not correct. Correct. Okay. Add class name text 700. Okay. Let me try again. So it's by default showing. I have to just cut it. We don't want this. Instead of, we can use paragraph tag here. Then okay, let me check here. Class name text grade 500, text will be base. Okay, fine. Now here incorrect. Why it's showing? Page errors equal to your message empty string. Okay, fine. Now it's solved. If we just try to log in with a wrong passwords and just this will be login. Okay, if you try to log in with a wrong passwords, then says passwords or email is not correct, and try again, says not correct. But if I just try to use exactly the correct passwords, then look login successful, and then click here, it redirect to dashboards. So that's all in this project. I hope you enjoyed. If you face any problem, then please comment or just book an appointment here. Or and lastly, we can change this one. I said, but I forget. That's why. Let me check. So for this, we will have to log into using Gmail accounts. That's why there will be name and others things. So let me go to root directory, and then okay, now So log in with Gmail accounts. So this is the last thing. I think let me log into our main accounts. Okay, now on the sidebar here, firstly we will just check if the users is available. Use context from auth context, and then we'll check. We need not this. Click delete this. Here users, if users available, then users, let me inspect here. Let me console log users first. At sidebar, let me clg users. So if I do that, you can see we have an users logged in, and firstly we will need to display the image URL, so profile photo URL. So let me users dot photo URL, and then here we need to display the name, so that's why users. Okay, you can just recheck it using here. Then if users is available, then this it will be display name. Display name, this will be display name. Okay, fine. Otherwise you can just demo, define demo users. Okay, look, now it's empty album. You can see this is my image and this is my profile. You can just make it rounded, or you can just add class name to make it round or something. You can just increase with 12 as 12 or something, or others 16. So now image must be better, so you can just change any name this way, and let me redirect it to href is to home routes. Okay, now everything is done. You can upload books, manage books, you can log outs, or you can do anything. Thank you.